Funkos here. I got the Professor Hulk 705 and Thanos 331. Uh, we got those at Hot Topic. I don't know if we're allowed to put over Hot Topic on this, but
Yeah,
that's where we got them from.
that's pretty cool.
But
Yeah, I don't really collect pops. I've got a couple recently. Well, I have a few, and that's it. But I'm not a collector of them. I have one of those Gina Carano ones, the whatever her character was from the Star Wars thing, and but I also got the Godzilla and King Kong ones. They come out from Kong and Godzilla movie
okay.
that
I
was
think
recently.
did you put those on Instagram? Maybe
No,
okay.
no, I didn't.
Maybe I seen somebody else put them out, so I kind of have an idea what you mean.
So, I'm not seeing any chatter so far, so I don't know.
Yeah,
Might be like this for a while.
it's pretty slow.
Yeah, that's all right. We'll keep on going here.
Yeah.
It's usually not even when we do our others. There's usually not a whole lot. It'll just take a while for people to pick up on it. Um, I just, I don't have a lot of followers yet either, too. So that's just how it's going to have to
Yeah,
be.
well,
I figured we'd get a few of your fans over here, maybe, and
yeah,
you got
I
a lot
would
of
have
people.
thought. I didn't think about putting it on Instagram. I could have did that, but I didn't want to step on your toes because I seen you had put it on, like on your links and all that
Yep.
you'd put up. I didn't want to step on your toes because it's kind of, I'm new to this. I don't want to feel like I'm, doing something that's stepping on your toes more or less. But
Yeah,
I did it. I
that's
did
no
get it out
problem.
on Facebook for you.
No, you can do that anytime you want to. Put it on.
Oh, okay.
Put it out there. Yeah, I don't care. Instagram is weird. It's not I'd say I've got like about 1,500 people on Instagram, and I've got the engagement I get off Instagram is probably nothing, hardly.
Yeah, I
It's
just gonna say.
probably 0.1% of the people I have. It's just a weird place. Because the thing is I'll put out pictures and links to my videos, and sometimes I'll get, it seems like 30 or 40 likes on it, but nobody'll click on over and go to my videos. It's odd.
And the first time I try something new on my channel, and I still managed to get almost 100 views, was figures. And I would have never thought I would have got, I wouldn't have thought that I would have did better on that than my horror pack unboxing. I remember one time I got all of the 85 views, I think, on that. And I would have thought, with all the horror fans and, just the genre itself being so popular, especially since The Conjuring has kind of come along and reinvented horror in a sense, that it would have, even though they're indie, I would have thought they would have got well into the hundreds, because I'm kind of doing a thing where I let the horror pack build up for a couple months, and then I have you get four Blu-ray, 4 DVD, and if I wait a couple of months, that's like 16 movies I can show by waiting a couple of months, rather than, like you said, kind of oversaturating YouTube by having too many too many of the same video out. That's what I kind of do. I kind of wait till it dies down, and then I come out with I call it a horror pack rewind, which I go back a couple months before and let people relive what they missed, or what they can get in the horror pack if they were to subscribe. But
that's a pretty cool stuff there. I don't subscribe to any, like, the horror pack for some reason. The only thing I ever subscribed to was at one time I was getting one of the fishing stuff that give you fishing lures on.
Oh, okay. I think I
can't remember. It was like something tackle box. It was like a one that you could get tackle box stuff. I never done the movies though. They look there's some that do like just regular movies, but I'm just not interested in.
Right. Yeah,
getting
I
random
totally
stuff.
get it because like lately I find I highly recommend both, but I recommend the Blu-ray quite a bit more because the Blu-ray tend to not be in the Dollar Tree so much. But whereas
Yeah.
you have the DVDs tend to be stuff you can get at the tree the month before. And I
Yeah.
hate that because I pay $20 and that's a lot more than I would if I got them at the Dollar Tree.
Yeah. But I was going to ask you, how did how did you get started collecting movies? Like,
Um,
what how long have you been collecting, and what kind of got you started collecting movies?
Well, I don't know if I should be saying how I got into it because it's considered illegal now or was. I used to go to the video store and I used to rent videos and I'd rent out another fellow VCR basically, and I had my own and I'd record. I'd put something over a little. Well, they had those break off tabs on the cassettes, and I'd record all the good movies the video store had. And that's how I kind of built my collection in the beginning because that's all I kind of had, because there was no DVD or Blu-ray. And at that time I lived in a small town and we didn't have cable because
Yeah.
it was like they were trying to do their best to keep out cable out of our town. It's kind of like Footloose in a sense. They were trying to keep cable out of our town because there was a local satellite provider that was selling satellite dishes in our town, and he was he was like one of the last of the dying breed that could actually fix a TV, or whatever. And he I think he had a monopoly on our town to kind of keep cable out of it. And we didn't have cable because of that. I kind of had to resort to the old record off the VHS tapes, and I don't know how many times I'd go to stores like Hill's Department Store. I don't know if you remember them back in the day. They're kind of like an Ames department store. I don't know if you remember those stores.
Ames.
Ames and Hills. They were kind of
Uh,
they were like an early Walmart, if you will.
yeah, Hills. We had Hills down here. I don't think we had Ames. That must have been more north.
Yeah, because what you could do is you could buy like a 10-pack uh, package of VHS tapes that you could, obviously record on. And I'd
Yeah.
buy those like by the bundle, and I'd just load up on them. I'd spend my whole entire weekend recording them. That's how I built my early collection up. And then I think I transitioned at some point over to stores like Big Lots. Big Lots was really big early on when I first started collecting, and then it kind of grew from into other stores. Then a lot of these dollar stores popped up. I do buy a lot of online stuff, and it kind of went, kind of like transcended time. I kept going to different, venues to get what I got, and now Dollar Tree's kind of been my king. It's more or less what I've been doing.
I've never done any of the research for as far as seeing when did the Dollar Tree hunting kind of start, because I didn't start going there because I didn't even realize people were doing that thing. So I started seeing the videos because I'd always bought basically retail or Amazon for years. That's because like I started in '98 collecting movies, so buying them new is the only option. You didn't have
Yeah,
until a few years later. They started showing used ones started showing up in the game stores, and the game stores used to be loaded with them because people would go and trade a bunch in trying to get credit for a new game coming out, and they used to have just a bunch of junk in there. I remember going in there and be like,
yeah,
it would be. I tried to buy like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory in there once, and I got up to the front and they're like, "Oh, we just have the movie disc. We didn't they didn't have the extra they didn't have the extra feature disc or anything." So I was like,
right.
"I don't want that. I want the whole thing." And so that's the last one I tried to buy in there. So I kind of stayed out of those places until like we have like half price books up here, down here, and things like that. I started thrifting in those kind of stores later on. So I was always up for thrifting, but I never knew about Dollar Tree until the last couple of years. And do you know much about the origins of kind of who started doing that stuff? And
Um, That's a good question because like about a couple years ago, that's when I first started heavily getting into it. Um, I had met somebody on YouTube that kind of introduced me to him. I'd rather not mention his name because I'm kind of at odds with him.
You don't have
Because
to mention anybody.
okay, because it's something that went on that I kind of went my way and he went his way, but I still think he gives me downvotes for unnecessary stuff. I don't care. I'm not here to bicker about that, but it started that in that direction, and I will thank him for that. Without him, I wouldn't have probably known about these Dollar Tree waves, and I more or less kind of started trading with him. Like he'd show his videos, and I'd kind of see. I'd always get a lot of horror stuff from him, obviously, but it kind of started out very like kind of like him passing on advice, and he'd put the sticker tags on Instagram or or on YouTube, and he'd show what when they're coming out. And then my wife got hooked on it as well, and she likes to go to the Dollar Tree to look for steel books because you can
Yeah.
find steel books there often or not. You can find quite a few if you get there early. I know I've had a few stores back then that were willing to let us look before they put them out, but my wife would tell them we're a couple hours away, we're down here. Would you mind? We were always respectful and it kind of just grew from there. And it got to be kind of, I'm not going to lie, it became an obsession of sorts because I'd pick up,
Yeah.
I think one haul I picked up near 200 titles because we overspent. We overspent in one summer month. We overspent like probably $200, and our bills kind of paid for the, they kind of went to the wayside,
Yeah.
just from that.
Oh, whoops. I totally hit the wrong thing. That was a video. But I
Yeah.
was trying to bring up a little information here on the Dollar Tree hunting. But I don't really see I'm not seeing the answer that I'm looking for there, so we'll kick back off there. But um yeah, it's I'm not going to go and buy everything there but it's definitely interesting. I do buy stuff. I still probably bought nearly 30 things altogether this month.
Yeah.
It's just there's stuff that I find that's interesting with the
Yeah.
Dollar Tree. So it's fun looking for them. Now I never find any steel books there. I don't know if I'm just getting there late because it's hard to figure out when they're, at least for me it is. It's hard. I don't have my stores around here figured out yet of when they're getting stuff because this past Friday after I got out of the doctor's, I went around to the Lexington stores, and the Lexington stores didn't have anything on Friday. And I asked one of the guys in there, said, "Well, do you guys have any movies?" He's like, "No, but we're going to get some in tomorrow." So on Saturday, I went to my local store here in Richmond, and it was loaded down. I thought, "Oh yeah, I've hit it." I mean, it looked like, it was like stacked. They had it stacked on. They had them in on the table that what do they call it?
Wall of the
Yeah,
week.
the that table. They had it full. The whole table was almost completely full of movies, and then they had them. There was like 2 or 3 stacks about that, probably that high on top of them. I had to move stuff around just to be able to look through it. But out of all that, I got about 17, 18 things. It really wasn't a lot of stuff I was hoping to find. I don't know if this wave's kind of down, but
It definitely is. I've noticed at least 6 to 7 titles that have been in the last 3 to 4 waves, and I mean you're going back to the middle of last year. In some cases, some further back than that, and it's just been a very frustrating wave. I mean, I'm not complaining because the Dollar Tree, I'm happy that they give them away, for $1, and they are able to make some type of profit or something, or they wouldn't be doing it. But I'm thankful they do it, but it's just I just wish they would have probably backed off another month and maybe, got more, like unique titles or whatever. Because so far it's been kind of lackluster. I mean, it's just, I don't know. In my area, my problem isn't that we don't have movies there. It's more or less because we mostly have DVD and not Blu-ray, and they very seldom come with slip cases in my area, or slip sleeves, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I do find some interesting stuff, some interesting documentaries and things, World War II stuff. I like finding the older movies, and I didn't see a whole lot of that stuff in this wave at all.
No.
It's what it is. But I mean, it's interesting seeing what people do find because, just in all odds, there's going to be has to be different things in different areas, just because there's no way that they can put exactly the same thing in every store out there. I mean, it's just impossible. But like I was telling you earlier, I went to the Richmond store and it was loaded down. So I thought, oh yeah, I'm gonna go to Lexington and go to some of those stores over there, and I'm gonna be able to look through a bunch of different things. I went over there and none of them had anything out. Didn't appear like they had even put out anything.
The reason why I told you last week to probably get up there right away is because I didn't know how your stores work, more or less. I know in my area, there's a direct date that they're supposed to drop, which is the 11th. And what happens usually the Friday before is when they put them out in our stores, because you kind of learn from prior experience with that. And I told you to probably get down there because I figured they might put them out a week early in your area. Maybe they're holding off. I'm thinking maybe with the stores you said that you were turned away with nothing. I'm thinking maybe this Friday and Saturday and Sunday is maybe a better day for you to go to those stores that you missed out on.
Yeah, I'll try again this weekend.
Yeah, I would, because you might get some diamonds in the rough because I saw some today on Instagram. Well, just the other day, actually, not today. I had a 6-pack of horror films, and I didn't know somebody had got it for me in a trade, and I went and bought it on eBay today because I really wanted it. It was I was told it was a 6-disc set, and I mean for $1, even if they're say 2/3 of the movies are any good, or even a third of the movies are any good, you're only paying $1,
Yeah, it's interesting. Now the Dollar General, I'm having all kinds of good luck, and I like you. I think I've been seeing people out there that's been doing more Dollar General hunting since we've been putting stuff out there. Now I doubt that's true because there's so many people. I'm sure other people's been doing it for a while, but some of the stuff that I've got, I know for sure. I've seen other people bring up in their videos. Actually, the one guy I was telling you about earlier, I won't say his name either, but he made a video and I sent him a thing saying, "Oh, I said I found that." I said I already made a video about it too. He's like, "Oh," and then that's when, after I said that to him, that's when he started talking to me. I wasn't being mean about it. I was just
I know.
But he was, he started talking to me then after I said that to him, But
I kind of like it that we do when we do get it out there though, because it does prove that there are people that are watching. Our content, because I mean they got to know what we're getting, because I mean it's too uncanny to be the same stuff. I mean, I've noticed the people I've followed on Instagram that have followed me back, that a lot of the stuff I'll see days later, like right down the line. I mean, like I can't think of one off the top of my head because that's too many to think about. But there's movies I've gotten recently that I've noticed days later, someone that I follow has got the same format and everything, and it was from the same store, just a different place.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we all copy off each other. It's like that's how filmmakers are too. They all copy.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Tarantino and people like that. I mean, they're open about it, but it's just I really don't care. because there's just so much content. Until I started doing this channel, when I first put my videos out in January, I didn't, I've really been watching YouTube for probably just a year and a half, 2 years, the way I do now, the way I watch, people's channels and follow people. Like, I never did watch it before like I do now, but I started, when I started my channel, I never realized when I started opening it up and finding all these new collectors out there, it's crazy. I can't believe there's so many people. I mean, I knew there's a lot of people that collected movies. I mean, movies collecting is probably one of the biggest things. I just didn't know there were so many people out there with super large collections and, willing to show it off like that, or willing to make videos about it. It's a pretty interesting world out there.
Another.
Go ahead.
Okay. I was just gonna say another collector you might want to check out too on YouTube if you don't know him by now. Is Dave Maggot. I don't
think I watch him.
He gets a lot of he gets horror, but he shops to them all. He shops to Amazon, eBay. I mean, he's really good at it too, and I think he's monetized, and he's really good at what he does. He's been doing it for quite a while, I think, but that's a channel I'd like to throw out here on the cast here. That if you don't know of him, anyone that is watching, if there's anyone watching right now, I don't know. I don't have the numbers, but if anyone's out there watching, he's a very good channeler, and I would recommend you get with him on, like what he picks up, because he knows he's really smart. Another good one is Hobbs Horror. He does really good, much like you with the presentation. He edits his stuff and even throws in the Monster Mash song in his videos. It's really cool. I just like to throw some of those channels out there because they kind of keep my passion for, going in that direction someday. I keep in touch with Hobbs Horror quite a bit. He's really happy that I get good numbers, and he said, he congratulated me on getting over 300 subscribers recently, and there's some good channels out there that people probably don't know about as much because they are kind of strictly in the horror side of the community, but they will do, they do, I know he drove so far away to get a bunch of movies that were used, and at the time he couldn't. I guess the guy just set him out on the porch because he didn't want to. I guess he put the money out there, had left the thing out there for him to put money, but I don't know, it's just kind of a funny thing, with COVID restrictions making it, kind of hard to kind of shop with people, because you're afraid of the COVID. And
yeah, definitely. It's I don't know. I just kind of got out there with the COVID, but I remember watching Cool Duder at the beginning of it. He was going out there in the middle of the height of it. To the WalMarts and everywhere. He just got on out there. He's one that he's one of the early ones I followed. Probably Cool Duder, and
he's another one too that I
Serial at Midnight, which I don't follow anymore, but I'm not going into that. But that one guy, he's just like, so, Cool Duder, he still seems like he probably interacts with the community, but the other guy, the Films at Home guy, I don't know if he interacts with the community at all. I don't see him do anything except his videos. His videos don't even come up in my feed anymore where I don't watch them, but I would if they still came up in my feed, but
I think I do kind of remember that channel, but
he's got like 80,000 people. He's crazy. He's like Cool Duder. He's got a bunch, but he's kind of a bearded guy, kind of monotone.
Okay.
He does a lot of 4K. He does a lot of 4K reviews, and he does like higher end. I think why he gets a lot of people is because he does a lot of home theater stuff, like higher end home theater stuff.
Oh yeah,
even though he don't really have it himself, but hell, those companies send him stuff. He gets stuff for free. He got one of those laser projectors, I guess, for free. They may just give it to him to test it out.
Oh
But
wow.
one, I love to have one. But they make you have 4K projectors. They make a laser projector. They're called short throw projectors. You can set them like real close to the wall,
Yeah, that's
and
what we have.
yeah.
I don't have the 4K. I don't have the 4K, but I do have the short throw. It's currently set. I can't really show you because I don't know how to do all of that yet. But because I do it from my desktop. But yeah, it's sitting right over there on the stand, and it's just on this other side of my son's playpen, and we have a big, about 110-inch screen. I mean, to me it looks better quality than an HD TV because I get real with HD TVs. I get real nitpicky with them. Like I have to mess with the color. I have to do all these settings adjusting and stuff, and then it drives me nuts. And this pretty much already does it all. You just have to kind of go in with the lamp settings and things like that.
Yeah, I'd love to have a home theater. I don't have the room for it. I have a big TV, but I don't. I just have a 65-inch TV, but it's a nice
still
TV.
Sweet. Yeah, just gonna say it's still pretty sweet.
Yeah, I like to have, but one of these days I like to be able to have like a 200-inch setup. But I don't. It takes a big space to do it, but I'll probably never do. I'll never have that. I'll never be able to afford it unless I hit the lottery. If I hit the lottery, it's a different story. Then I'll have my own theater room. A lot of people, it's funny, you see a lot of people, these guys that have theater rooms or they build them in their house. They'll build them in a little small space, pretty nice ones, but they'll have this real nice theater and then have like 10 DVDs or Blu-rays. That's all they'll have. And I like, and what a waste of having that big nice, or use it for streaming or something, or to play video games on. I was like, what a waste,
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. But I was gonna moving on here a little bit. What's your favorite? I mean, I know your favorite genre is horror. Like, do you have a favorite movie or kind of favorite genre in the horror? Anything specific in the horror realm that you like more than anything else?
You mean like a subgenre or something like that?
Yeah, a subgenre. Yeah.
Yeah. I love. Obviously, you said I love horror, but I have a little bit of a passion for good sci-fi, and I do like, in the horror realm, I do like slasher films. Those are, I'll always love them, no matter how cut and dry they are. They're just, to me, I don't know. The girl being chased by the killer with the machete and the knife. It's predictable, but I don't know. I can never get enough of them. I don't like a lot of the new ones. I wasn't really into Happy Death Day. I didn't like the mind bendy stuff. I'm gonna admit it, I'm probably the only person that probably didn't like that movie.
Yeah.
But I didn't care for it because I don't like my slasher films too clever for their own good. You know what I mean? And I just kind of like dumb them down more or less. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you have one? Can you even say that you have a favorite? Because having a favorite movie to me is about impossible, because I can name one, but I don't think it's my favorite movie. It's just the first thing that pops in my head when I think of that.
Do you mean in the slashers, or do you mean just per se?
Yeah, well, per se, but I mean, yeah, you can give me what's your favorite slasher movie, and then maybe your favorite overall movie.
Well, one of the better put together slasher ones, I don't know if you've ever seen it, was I can't remember what year. I mean, maybe you want to bring that up on that little side screen that you got.
Yeah.
Is the movie The Burning. I don't know if you've ever seen that one. I don't know if we can bring that up or not.
No, I can. I just have to reshare my screen here.
Oh, okay. The Burning.
The Burning?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a really fun one. People are watching tonight. If you're looking for a good slasher film, I highly recommend this one. Has
81.
Jason Alexander before he was Jason Alexander. Had I'm sorry about the pop up in the right hand corner. Can't remember who else it had. It had some several other. Okay,
Here we go. Brian Matthews, Brian Backer, Jason Alexander, Carrie Quinn.
Holly Hunter. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Which is amazing in my eyes because and Fisher Stevens from the Short Circuit movies.
Yeah.
I mean, who would have thought those actors would have, with it, Jason Alexander being so popular in Seinfeld, and you wouldn't have thought, he would have been playing in a simplistic slasher film. I think it's in 1981, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
well, that's a classic slasher era. Yeah, it was 81. It was that era where the slasher movies were, big.
Yeah. And it's currently playing on Tubi, and I think it might be on Shudder as well. So, if there's any viewers out there want to pretty much get a freebie, if you get Shudder or Tubi, well, Tubi is free, but you'd be able to get it for free. Determine if you want to buy it or whatever.
For some reason, we're not got anybody in the chat. I don't know if there's anybody watching it. That don't mean there's nobody watching.
Right.
But the thing is if we don't have any watchers, what we can do is after this, it automatically loads up to my page, and you can come over to my page and copy the video. I don't know exactly. You have to look at how you do it on your computer, but you can copy that video onto your own page and have it as basically an upload. And I think you can, hopefully we'll get views that way. But I guarantee it'll get views after we watch it, because people will watch it then. It's just something, this is something new, something I'll have to grow, and I'm not too concerned about it. But nobody's interacting with it so far. But I'm sorry about that. I thought with us advertising, I thought we'd have some people on here.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because usually when I did my last time I did it, we had a couple, had a few people come on. It's just weird. I'm new to the internet, so
I'm going to chalk it up to a hot, steamy Wednesday. A lot of people may be still swimming for all we know. Some people like to swim late, I don't know.
Well, well, you just have to grow. It's just like growing your channel. You just have to grab an audience. I mean, even that movie collection battle, when I first started watching them, they only had about maybe 20, 30 people watching. And then if they've grown up to over 100 people in the last several weeks. So, word just has to get around if it's something people are interested in watching. I'm not the best host ever, but I think I'm interesting enough to listen to a little bit.
Well, I've been trying on Instagram, just to try to grow the channel a little bit. I've been reaching out to some of the directors and stuff on Instagram. I'm letting them know I review their stuff. And a lot of times I more than like everything that they make. So, I mean, there shouldn't be any issue with them not really liking me as an individual or a reviewer. I'm doing what I can. I give them positive feedback. I mean, I feel I have had one director from Wild Eye reach out to me, and he told me he was planning to make a sequel to one of the ones I reviewed. So to be looking out for that. So I can't remember what the movie was now, because it was probably about 10, 15 movies ago. And when you get to be in 30, 40 reviews that you've done, you kind of, run out of memory in terms of what you reviewed and what you didn't.
You collect anything else? What else do you like to collect? I know your latest video, you had some toys and things like that.
Oh, that was kind of like I'm sorry.
No, nothing. We had a comment here, so go ahead.
Okay, go ahead with a comment.
Let's see. Okay, don't feel bad. One channel has over 1,000 subscribers and only 10 to 12 watch the live stream. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Thanks for the comment, Raging Entertainment.
Yeah, thanks for coming in here.
Appreciate it. Gives us a little hope.
Well, I'm glad somebody's actually watching, and hopefully some other
Yeah.
people are watching, just not chatting. Some people are just shy, don't like to
No, I
chat.
know. Yeah,
Yeah,
I totally get it. Before all of this, I was iffy about even wanting to do anything like this because like in school I was always the one that stood at the back of the
yeah,
crowd. I was always, I don't know, I just wasn't much of a talker.
yeah.
People probably played it up like I was uppity, and that was far from it. It's little interactions all it takes,
Your Raging Entertainment, he was the guy I was telling you about earlier that helped me out, gave me a phone call from, I think he's from out in California, I believe.
Oh, okay.
And he gave me a call and helped me out with a few things, told me about hashtagging and things like that on where to do it. Because before then, I didn't see. That's why I say I basically been on YouTube for about a month or month and a half now. Because before then, I joined in January, but didn't do any of that forever. Just didn't. I watched some videos and just didn't pick up on it. I'm just slow. I'm a
Yeah.
I'm a boomer when it comes to some of this newer technology. Kids learn this now. They learn this in school. Yeah,
Sorry about that. That's my cell phone.
yeah, yeah. I'm using StreamYard.
I'd like to ask Raging Entertainment a question, just a quick sports question.
Okay.
Are you a big Lakers fan by any chance? Because John said you're from California. I just always wonder if you guys out in the West Coast all like the Lakers, or because I'm a big Lakers fan. I'm just curious. But
Yeah, unfortunately, but I am paying for the StreamYard. If you have to pay like $20 a month to be able to do some of this, put different more comments up and be able to change things around and to do doing all this stuff.
okay, that's
It's,
cool. I'm not into everything anymore either because a lot of my athletes are either retired, or whatever. Because I lost a lot of interest in the NBA when guys like Kobe Bryant retired, and your Jimmy Connors is retired from tennis, and so on.
yeah.
You just kind of lose interest. It's very easy to see in today's sports world. It's easy to lose interest.
But what I know you've talked about westerns a little bit. What kind of westerns do you like, and do you I mean, not what I guess what type of western? There are different types of westerns. There are like western noirs and western comedies and things like that. But what's a kind of a favorite western that you like,
The one that
and
rolls
kind of
off.
what kind of got you into watching westerns? Maybe that's a good question. That's a question. I was
Well,
getting ready to say it's a good question, but I don't know if it's a good question.
yeah.
I was answering myself. I'm sorry.
Well, my era I'd have to say. Well, I mean, probably your era too. I don't know. I don't know when you got into westerns, but who got it started for me for westerns? I dare say it was probably Clint Eastwood. To be honest with you, I mean the spaghetti western. One of my favorite westerns by him to date is probably The Unforgiven. I
Yeah, that's a good
really,
one.
yeah, I really love
That's a
that
really good
one.
one.
That one sticks with me. Pretty much when I think of Western, I automatically think of that cover with Clint Eastwood holding the gun, and he's just kind of like kneel. Like, I think he's got his
Yeah.
head down a little or whatever, but it's a really good one. I really like that one.
I don't know. The one I always remember seeing, see, when I was a kid, I didn't like westerns. Like until I got into my 20s, I probably didn't really start watching westerns on a regular basis. Now I remember like Tombstone came out when I was probably in high school or maybe middle school or high school that era. So everybody watched that. We used to get together and go hang out with girls and stuff, and they liked to watch it, of course, because of Val Kilmer and stuff. And so we got to see it a million times in high school. So I enjoy that movie, but I'm trying to think of what Western. I mean, but then I like the reason why I didn't like Westerns was because my grandfather, when I was a kid, I used to stay with my grandmother a whole lot because my dad ran his own business and my mom worked for my grandfather as a secretary for his business. So I stayed with my grandmother during the summer a whole lot. And so I would watch I'd had the reign of the TV all day long. Then my grandfather would come in about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and he would want to watch TV. So I'd have to stop either playing video games or watching cartoons or whatever I was watching. And he would immediately flip it on to like the Westerns, and it would be, like those serial Westerns and things like that on. And he was just really into them. And I was like, I couldn't get into them as a kid. So when I got older, I was like, and it was the same way with like World War II documentaries and World War II movies. I kind of grew into them and then just started just loving them. I just love Westerns because there's just nothing better than a good Western. But probably my favorite Clint Eastwood movie, well, I don't know if it's my favorite Clint Eastwood movie, is probably High Plains Drifter. That's one of my favorite Clint Eastwood movies.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I love the spaghettis and stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, I was giving him a thumbs up to Tombstone.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what else as far as Clint Eastwood go. I mean, he'd made, Two Mules and Sister Sarah. Two Mules for Sister Sarah, and some of those movies are really good. He did a bunch, and they're all good. I've got a bunch of them. Yeah. Well, those are all the spaghettis. Yeah. Those are excellent movies. Yeah. Those movies are the thing that's really awesome about is what's the first movie? I know A Few Dollars More Than a Dollar.
Oh yeah.
I know the very first one. That's but it has the I'm sorry, I'm going blank on it here thinking about it, but A Fistful of Dollars, excuse me.
Yeah, there you go.
A Fistful of Dollars has this I'd never seen it before in a Western. I think it's the first time they had ever done it. And the director does a POV shot from behind the gun. The first time I believe Clint Eastwood shoots those guys on the fence, it's like a POV shot from behind the gun's point of view. And it's like spaghetti Westerns do that a whole lot. They take that POV shot of the gun's point of view.
Oh yeah.
When they're shooting somebody, and it's just such a cool thing. You don't see it really replicated in America. You didn't ever see it replicated in America films that much.
That's a great film too, Gran Torino.
Yeah. Yeah, it's excellent.
Call me simple, but I even like the early, well, not early, but I don't know what era of which Clint Eastwood was making that Every Which Way But Loose movies too.
Yeah.
I love those two movies. I wish it could have had a third just to round it out as a trilogy.
Yeah.
I would have liked that. Didn't get a chance to get that, but
yeah, I like that movie. I'm trying to think of some of those other 70s movies that he did. Well, of course, Dirty Harry and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Those are, pretty iconic. That was kind of, I guess Dirty Harry was some of the first times that he kind of stepped away from the Western genre a little bit.
Oh, and then he didn't he do Urban Cowboy too? One with Bernadette Peters, or wasn't that possibly. It was a different movie for him, I think. Wasn't he like a country singer or whatever in it?
I thought that was Travolta, but I might be wrong.
Or wait, maybe I'm thinking of a different movie. I'm not sure. I know there was one.
Yeah, that's Travolta there.
Okay, I'm thinking of a different one. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm thinking of a different one. I know he did one with Bernadette Peters, though. I can't remember which.
Yeah, we'll just look it up. See, that's such a boomer thing. I'm not really a boomer, but I'll call myself that to get off from not thinking of things to do. But I can just go here and look at his movies.
Yeah.
On the Internet Movie Database. Internet Movie Database, I don't use it a lot unless I just want to know something. It used to be really cool when they first started it, Did you ever look at it like way back in the day? Okay, here we go. This is just a list of them.
Okay.
I'm trying to look here in the 70s, trying to think of all the stuff. Now, High Plains Drifter came out in 73, Magnum Force.
Honky Tonk
Thunder,
Man. That's what it was.
yeah,
Honky. I think it's Honky Tonk Man in '82. I think it says.
right here.
Yeah, he had a couple of movies out in '82. It said Firefox was out that year too. So he was making a couple movies a year sometimes.
Yeah. Talk about that's just crazy. I don't see Bernadette Peters in it.
Maybe she's in a different one with him. I could have swore she was. Maybe she ain't in that one. But that's the one I was referring to. I could have swore she was in that, but maybe not.
They get some raging comments here. Let's see what he said. John Wayne movies like was well. Yeah. John Wayne. That's the. I've seen quite a few movies, and I own a lot of John Wayne. But I mean, you can't even touch all the stuff that he's put out there. He made so many movies. I think before he got famous, he made almost, I forget, 100 or 200 movies. And when he was just doing B movies, he just grinded them out in the 30s and just so many movies.
Yeah, I couldn't believe some of the movies that he was in, like in some of them compilated movies from Echo Bridge. He was coming out with movies that were like barely 60 minutes, like 60, 62 minutes in length. That must have been when he was grinding them all out at such a fast pace. I seen a movie with him recently here about a month ago.
Here it is.
McClintock.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's Pink Cadillac I'm thinking of.
Yeah, that's Raging put it up there. It's Pink Cadillac. I remember this movie, but I haven't seen it in so long. I can't. Yeah, I'm bad. You know how I am with actors, anyways. I'm bad with names, so it's just this is one I have to look into getting again because I can't hardly remember any of it. I do remember. So I remember this cover. This is pretty iconic on the VHS cover. But
well, it says right there you can watch it on Amazon Prime if
Oh yeah. Well, you probably have to pay for it though.
Yeah, yeah,
which makes no sense. Why, if you pay for Amazon Prime, why do you have to pay for a movie, a $3 movie? I can understand new releases, but not like something old like this. You should have that for free. What part of California are you from, Raging? But oh yeah, but we'll get back to what you were. I was talking to you about earlier. What else? What else do you like to collect? I know you had the toys on your channel a while back. Do you like collecting that stuff as far as some toys and things like that? I know you have a couple Funkos, but I think you're like me. Don't like.
Yeah, I'm kind of like. If I get one, it's like once about every 5 months, maybe on that. But I have, since I went to the Dollar Tree, I have been picking up some of the little action. I don't know if you can see it on camera, probably not, but they're like little action figures. I have like the little standy thing at the bottom.
Yeah.
I've got probably about 15 or 20 of them up there that are sitting up there, and they're like all the DC characters like Wonder Woman and Buzz Lightyear. I know that's not a DC character, but I got like Pixar ones as well. I just got them to more or less just to look at up there, kind of like make it look a little bit more like film looking around the living room.
Yeah.
Film themed, I guess you could say.
Is that where you're at in your living room right there?
Yeah, this is my living room. Is my movies, and then I got some around the corner. I got my horror pack rack right here that's filled with a year's collecting of the horror pack, and then I got some back behind here that are like probably 4.5 feet off the ground. That I haven't really got the room for right yet because we were planning on moving and then we didn't. And I've told you my hardship with the moving and stuff and why we need to get out of here. And
Here, Raging says I guess he's Central Valley near Fresno and Bakersfield. That's kind of out. Bakersfield's kind of out on the. I don't know. I've never been to California, unfortunately. I've always wanted to go there. It looks very beautiful, and I definitely always wanted to see the. But it's Bakersfield. You're kind of getting out on the desert, out kind of towards Nevada. Am I wrong, or you can correct me because I don't have a map pulled up of where exactly its location, but it's I assume it's kind of up there and towards you're getting towards the desert area.
Yeah, because I mean
that's how I picture it in my head. I don't know. I'm an idiot. I like that kind of stuff, but I'm not familiar with the area.
With it being Central Valley, kind of hints at Death Valley, that kind of thing. Like it's kind of like deserty. Yeah, that's the kind of vibe I get from hearing that area, maybe, but I don't know. Maybe it's quite populated and full of people. I don't know.
I always just remember Hunter S. Thompson talking about he's talking about going through Bakersfield, and he said you don't want to mess around in Death Valley.
Oh yeah,
yeah. He said make horror pack videos for your channel. He does make horror pack videos. Or are you talking to me, or are you talking to?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, because I personally don't get horror pack myself.
Dry weather.
Yeah, it sounds like a place I'd like to live. When you live out here, see, it's kind of funny. A lot of people will come to Kentucky and our part of the, from out west, and they're like, "Oh, it's so green. I like it out here." They like it, and I'm like, I want to go out west where I like the desert look. I like seeing exposed rock, and it's just a different change of scenery. I guess when you grow up there, it gets to be old. It's how it is anywhere. You see it for 30, 40 years of your life, then you get tired of seeing it.
Yeah, I know. I had a lady that she used to drive me to my appointments. She's from Arizona, and she goes, "Oh, I love the North Country where you're from. It's beautiful. It's scenic." And I'm like, I've lived here all my life, and I would most certainly not describe it as scenic. Our area is kind of like major farmland, and I like a lot of rotted trees that want to fall down and that kind of stuff. It's not to me, it's not a very pretty area, actually, because I mean,
probably flat, isn't it? Is it fairly flat?
Yeah, well, especially a county over, it's really bad.
Well, when I said flat, I kind of stopped myself. I guess it's flat, but the reason why is because of the glacial movement.
Yeah,
back in the at the end of the Ice Age, during the Ice Age, and the glacial movement kind of flattened that area of the country and left a lot of huge lakes. That's where all the lakes came from. From that final melt during the end of the Ice Age, but the Ice Age itself had the glacier, like where you're living, was like the kind of the tip of like very like mile thick glaciers. Things like it came all the way down to the ice cap, came all the way down to probably past your area a little bit.
I know this is a little bit off what we're talking about with movies, but like you were talking about the lakes and all that. But an interesting fact about Lake Ontario, which is, remember I told you about the lake effect snow and all that? Well, the problem with our lake is we have one of the deepest lakes of the 3 or 4, which means it's harder for it to freeze. And if it doesn't freeze over, we can get lake effect late until April. I mean, we can get snow right until April. I mean, it is like foot at a time. And we had, what was it, like a couple weeks before it was officially spring, we got like 4 or 5 inches of snow. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, I just wanted to get spring here. But then when you get spring here, then you get a lot of the rigmarole in our street, a lot of people out late. I got a ring now because of it, but luckily it hasn't gone off much. I don't know if the ring has scared people in my neighborhood or what, but I don't know. It's just kind of.
The rings they're nice, but like we have 3. I have technically 3 cameras on our house, but 2 of them are the battery. One of them is like this one, the cam, and it has 2 batteries that goes in it.
Yeah,
And
that's what our two.
You have that one of those?
Yeah, ours have an extra slot. We actually bought an extra one, so when one goes dead, I charge it, switch them out, and then we're good to go. But
I'm just too lazy to keep up with them. But the one they just run now. But the thing is a couple of years ago, I bought the solar panel for the one the one on the back of the house, and I never have put it up yet because that's when I got sick, and I'm not supposed to do like physical stuff and climb a ladder. I can do it, but I'm not supposed to be doing that stuff. But luckily, I bought it and that happened. But yeah, I'd look into maybe getting a solar panel for it. That'd be nice for you. And you can tie it into it, and then you don't have to recharge your batteries.
That's true.
Looks like Jason's coming on here. If you you ready for him to come on?
Oh yeah, sure.
What's up, Jason?
Hey, Jason.
What up, gentlemen? How y'all doing?
Good. How are you
tonight? Pretty good.
Good. What have y'all been up to?
I just shooting the BS.
And I had to scarf down McDonald's before the podcast.
Let me see what Raging would. If you want to, that'd be cool. I don't know. I mean, I can have like up to 10 people on here at once. So I don't know if Mike's going to come in or not. I never did see anything. I assume he's not going to, but
yeah, he made it sound like he wasn't going to do it. He made it sound like he was maybe.
Raging, let these. Oh, okay. Well, while I'm sending Raging the link and everything to come in, what do you guys you guys can talk about wrestling a little bit because you guys are definitely much more up on wrestling than me, if you want to, or you can talk about anything you want to. But I know I was going to talk to Gary about wrestling, and I forgot to tell him before the show comes on. Whenever I brought you on, that I would get him to get you guys to talk about wrestling a little bit.
Sure. Oh, yeah. What do you usually watch, Gary?
Me, I don't know. This isn't a popular promotion. I mean, it kind of is, but it isn't versus like the big two. I'm heavily into Impact Wrestling.
Oh yeah, I watch Impact pretty regularly. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I just wish they could get it situated to where they didn't keep losing talent, to the higher. I know that's hard because of the budget constraints and things like that, but we lost some pretty good wrestlers about a year and a half ago with Pentagon and Phoenix. Yeah. I mean, how do you replace talent as great as that? It's just too hard. And I think there's like too much going on right now with too many wrestling promotions. Like you got NWA, AEW, WWE is never going to go away. You could go on all day, naming the little promotions. I mean, there's other upstart ones too that are, like MLW and
MLW. Yeah.
There's just too hard to get a foot in the wrestling industry for some of these smaller ones because it's, there's only so many spots and, they only have so much TV time.
All right. Well, if WWE keeps letting talent go, then they'll have plenty of places to end up. So,
yeah. Yeah, because what Paul White, Big Show, left them to go to AEW.
Yeah, Mark Henry.
Oh, Mark Henry. Mark Henry's in AEW now?
Yeah, Mark Henry, Christian, wow. Matt Hardy, Sting. Who else is there? Trying to think of who else they've been picking up recently. Those are some of the bigger names, I guess, recently. I mean, Taz is there. JR is there. Yeah. I mean, obviously Cody Rhodes is there. Chris Jericho's there. I mean, these are all people who worked for WWE. So
I seen that strap match he had the other day. I hadn't seen that yet.
Oh yeah, the one he had with Nick Camarado. That was pretty awesome. Yeah. The bull rope match. That was cool.
Yeah.
And then AEW picked up a pretty good wrestling mind in Don Callis too.
Yep.
I
Don
mean,
Callis.
it's hard to replace him in Impact because him and Scott D'Amore were the golden bookers, and no, you don't got that anymore. I really don't want Tommy Dreamer stepping into that role. No knock on him. I just don't think he thinks like Don Callis. It's not a knock on Tommy. I love Tommy, but
Right.
I think he does better with his own promotion, House of Hardcore.
Right.
I think he's probably got too much on his plate to focus on Impact.
I wanted to show this to you, Gary. I do have this, but I've not really broke into it too much. Whoops, excuse me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do have that one.
Do you have this one?
Yeah, I have it right up there with my figure up on top of it up there.
What is that?
It's Mill Creek. It's 200 Tales of Terror. It's just a big, gigantic.
They have other types of those around too. I think they have an action adventure one as well. I think that one might be on Amazon as well. But last time I looked, they wanted like a couple hundred on eBay for.
Yeah, they have one that's just cult drive-in cinema version of it, and it's mixed with all kinds of 70s and 80s cult cinema movies, just from the cult grindhouse and movies such as that from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, mainly 70s and 80s, but it's like 200. But they're low quality. They're flipper discs and stuff like that, which that's the one thing that Heath always had on his channel. He'd always like, apologize. I didn't want to drop a name, but he always used to talk about, I don't like flipper discs. So he said, I've never had a flipper disc have trouble with a flipper disc my entire life. And I've been collecting since 98, since they were brand new. I've never had a problem with a two-sided disc ever. Like, I don't know,
Yeah, well, that two-sided disc cost me the movie The Pest and the Move one time because it was two-sided. Yeah. I didn't know something heavy was sitting on it. Went to play the unrated part, and I had a big gouge right in it. So now I have to replace that at some point. Probably go Blu-ray if it's out. But.
Yeah, I prefer double-sided or double-layered discs.
Yeah.
They went to double-layered eventually. You mainly see that on Blu-rays, but they...
Who doesn't prefer double Ds? Yeah. I mean, honestly.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm sorry I put you on the spot, Jason, with wrestling. I just thought it'd be a good segue while I was sending him a link. So
no problem. I can talk pretty much about anything.
I know Gary's kind of was wanting to talk wrestling just a little bit, and so
I
thought it'd be all right.
I do like the Reds too. I think Jason said he liked them. Maybe one. Yeah, I'm a big Reds fan. I liked them since the '70s with a big Red Machine, Pete Rose.
Yeah. I remember you came to my channel last year for the first time. I do remember you reaching out to me because that's when I started getting more heavily into the Dollar Tree videos and stuff. And then I kind of did that for a couple months because I was so fed up with sports. And then I tried to give it another try. So by the early fall, I was kind of like, all right, we're going to get back on this. We're going to be okay. I don't want to get into all this, the behind the scenes stuff, because it's not what this is about. But I gave it a shot, and then I just can't do it with sports anymore. So, but I remember you popping on and like supporting my channel back then. So I really appreciate it, Gary. It took me a minute to remember. You looked familiar.
I didn't know if you remembered.
You reaching out.
I didn't know if you remembered because that was quite a bit ago now. But
I do. I appreciate it.
But I do know sports is definitely weaned on me a little bit too. Because I no longer have my heroes like Kobe Bryant. He's gone.
Sure.
And I don't know. Just today's sports talent to me is it's like prefabricated talent to me. It's just like they get all the calls, and it's just not what it used to be back. When I'd sit around with my family on Thanksgiving and you'd watch guys like Deion Sanders and guys like that play and Barry Sanders and it just seems like they're a different breed of sports athlete or something.
Yeah. I just think in general, like you said, I just think athletes are soft now. They're just they're there for the paychecks, they're not there for the passion. Yeah. So it is what it is. So I think like when I found your channel and I found John and a handful of these other guys doing movie stuff, and I could tell there's a passion there. And, and then with movies, you can kind of navigate those waters. You can find studios or directors or actors or cinematographers, DVD companies, Blu-ray, whatever that you can kind of connect with and then kind of support that way. So it's that collector mentality, but it's in a different direction, So it's been good, and we all can agree that finding some pretty cool movies on Blu-ray or whatever for $1 and it ain't never a bad day.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
I will say this wave though is pretty weak so far from what I've seen. So if you get out there and you don't get things that you might like, maybe hold off maybe another week. Maybe they'll add some more stuff. I'm hoping that's the case. Yeah,
I was actually in the town next to me that has the Dollar Tree, and this afternoon I was so focused on just trying to get in and get out to get what I needed to get. I didn't even think about going to the Dollar Tree. And then as soon as you just said that, I was like, oh man, I should have went just to see what they had.
Yeah.
Because like we all, everybody says the same thing. It's like a hit or miss. It's it's either feast or famine. It's either you hit the mother load and there's all kinds of crap laying there wanting to get picked up, or there are other times either like you said, the selection sucks, or it's already been picked over and you're just looking at the carcass.
Well, in one of my videos, that wasn't just that either. It was like not this way, but a wave before. Like my wife and I were doing was just simply asking about, if we could go to the back. It's just a simple question, just a yes or no. I wouldn't have cared either way, but we got a little bit of attitude with it, and I just like, I'm doing this on YouTube. I mean, I really could put it out there that I do, and I could give them notoriety of some sort over it. But,
sure.
The way they're acting, it's like they act like it's their stuff. And I'm like, I come here every month. It's not like I come here once in a great while or just come here for movies. I buy stuff for my son. He's 2 years old. I buy him a lot of snacks, Pringles, stuff he needs to snack on. We all three of us buy stuff from there. And, it's not a lot to ask, just a quick look, even if it's at a few boxes. But, they'd lie and say they didn't get them. And they're out there because YouTube says different,
Sure. Yeah, I'm just like, I've always had a problem with those big box stores. I think of one of my videos you've seen that maybe you watched, I put out there a couple of weeks ago. I struck up a pretty good working, I guess you can call, friendship with one of the pawn shops. They let me look at it, let me look at the stuff before they put it out on the shelves. And I didn't even ask. They just said, hey man, I got this stuff back here, But it's nice when you have that kind of build that rapport. Like you said, man, I'm coming in there all the time. You're always in there with your family, you're spending money. It's not like you're asking for like a look behind the curtain just to be like, snooping around and not spend any money, And more than likely you're going to spend something more than likely anyways, regardless if there's movies there or not, just because you're there shopping anyways. But for them to give you some attitude, I definitely understand. It puts a bad taste in your mouth. And then for me, I'm such a bullheaded person. Like if I feel like I've been like slighted, I don't even want to go back. I don't care how good the stuff there is I want. I'm just like, I'll go somewhere else. So.
Well, and a lot of it is too, you go to these Dollar Tree waves, it'll be stuff they've had in 3 or 4 waves ago already that you don't even need anyway. Or like John says, it's stuff that's pretty much below substandard,
sure.
And we've gotten so each wave we've gotten less and less and less because we've gotten, it's not like they have a lot of variety either. Not really.
Yeah, like for me, it's like, and I understand like a lot of people, and I'm not saying this about you guys because I don't care one way or the other, but I know a lot of people, they like live and die a lot by the whole Dollar Tree like type of releases and what's out there and what's not. Like I'm more like I got to go there to do some shopping because I do a lot of eBay sales, so I go there and pick up my envelopes and things like that, and I just happen to be looking around over there for the movie, so. I'll go there random days, like just random days, what they may have, what they don't have, so I don't keep up on it religiously like other people do. And that's fine. And I probably should do that more, quite frankly, because I do see some cool stuff out there like you've been telling me. and I see that you show on your channel, but like I guess I just don't, I'm just not that like hardcore into it as maybe other people are. But also that means I missed out on some cool stuff.
Did you say you have an eBay store?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I mean, it's not. I mean, I have an eBay account. I don't really have a store. Like I do only auctions. I don't do like the buy it nows or the best offers. Like I put like between 20 and 40 things up a week, and 7 days. Always put them on Sunday nights. They go from Sunday to Sunday, and I'll make, sometimes I make bank. Sometimes I'm breaking even. The big thing, like we all know, is you don't want to owe money. You don't want to be under, under it or anything. But for the most part, I do okay. I mean, there's some things that surprise the hell out of me that I sell. Like a couple weeks ago, like we were talking about my sports card channel, I was mostly out here a zombie collector when I was doing that mostly. Somebody sent me a care package like 3 or 4 years ago, and it was like a Chinese, Taiwanese baseball player autograph. Like he never even made it to Major League Baseball. Right. And I just had this card, and I was just like, man, I don't even know what this is. Never heard of the guy. I put it on eBay. I found who he was and put it on eBay. I got the card for free. And I sold it for $80. So you just never know. So and I mean that stuff like that happens all the time. I had a Captain America PS3 game that I bought for my son like 8-9 years ago. That I probably bought for like $5 at a secondhand, physical media shop that dealt with DVDs and video games and stuff. I probably bought it for $5. I sold that game for almost 90. So you just sometimes never know what's gonna sell. Yeah. So I mean, we all know that. Anybody who does anything with eBay never knows. I mean, things you think are never gonna sell like this. Things you think are hot stuff, you barely break even on. So you just sometimes never know.
The fees on eBay are getting way out of control. Because you barely break. Like my wife will sell stuff. She might sell something for $15, but by the time you take the PayPal amount out and then eBay itself, you're barely lucky if you make $5 off it.
Yeah, I completely agree. Sometimes I'll sell something really well, like one item, like out of the 20 I'll put, I'll sell something. I'll sell the heck out of something. I'm like, okay, but then the other 18 things sell for undervalue or break even. So then I'm barely, I barely make any money or like I said, break even on the whole order. And that's the thing that sucks. But I mean, like, it's an auction, you're taking the risk.
Yeah.
Am I going to sell this stuff like at a yard sale or like, on Facebook Marketplace? Probably not. So it's better just to do it this way, But I did have a question for you guys to kind of like switch gears a bit. I don't know if you already talked about it, but I thought it'd be interesting to talk about. I think it was officially released yesterday, the day before. Rob Zombie is going to be directing the Munsters movie. Did you all talk about that or hear about that yet?
No, I haven't heard about it yet. Yeah.
Go ahead, John. No, you go ahead. You haven't been saying anything. I don't want to.
No, I haven't. Charlie's going to come on here.
Okay, I have
Raging Entertainment.
I have heard of it.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
Charles.
What up, homie?
How's it going?
How's it going?
I was trying to see if it was going to let me use my phone or not, and apparently it's working, which is good because I wasn't sure if it was going to.
Awesome.
All right, let me set
good to see you.
Oh yeah, no, thanks for having me on.
Yeah. But
sorry,
no,
I had to go to the store.
I'm sad. Like if to be doing these shows, I'm gonna have to start getting up on the the entertainment news a little bit better. I've just been off kilter here lately. I've been busy and I don't keep up with any. I just got tired of listening to the media after going through a year of all the garbage we've had to put up with. So I've just completely shut everything down except the channels I like to watch on YouTube pretty much. And so, but I haven't heard the Munsters. That should be very interesting. Rob Zombie doing the Munsters. So the Munsters, I love the Munsters. I have the complete series, and
I have that, and I have the Addams Family.
Another idea or whatever script or they're apparently in the works on making a new Christine movie too. I didn't know if
Yeah, I heard
everybody's
that.
seen
There, yeah, I heard about that. I also heard that Pet Cemetery is also getting another.
Oh, I
reboot.
didn't hear that. No, that's cool though.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, I guess, but I'm tired of Hollywood remaking and remaking
Yeah,
stuff because create some new IPs.
Don't get
I'm
me
tired of them
wrong,
doing-
remakes
yeah.
are fun and dandy because they try to reach a new generation, and I can understand that. But at the same time, there are just certain films that don't need it, in my opinion. Because I know, like for example, The Crow, which is my favorite film of all time, has been trying to do this reboot for many, many years, and many actors and directors have come and gone, and it looks like just nobody. It's just not working with anybody.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
They
was that Eric Mabius even played him in one of the parts, I believe?
He was on the third one, which was
Yeah.
Salvation.
Okay. Yeah.
And then Edward Furlong was on the fourth one called Wicked Prayer.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
It's my favorite film and my favorite franchise. I'm going to know about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
I mean,
look at how far they fell from the first one, though. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like, in terms of you weren't really going to capture that Brandon Lee spirit that.
No, not really.
You know what I mean? No matter who you got, you had that to go up against, you know?
The thing is that Brandon Lee wasn't trying to, like, say, create a character. He was just Brandon Lee and acting like he had been dead for a year. And he even said it behind the scenes. How is someone from the dead going to behave when they come back? You don't know. As in, just be you, be authentic. Don't try to imitate, just become it.
Yeah.
Kind of like Heath Ledger, he became the Joker.
Yeah. Yeah, the method acting.
Mm-hmm.
101. Yeah.
That's why Joaquin Phoenix is really good at it, too.
Yeah. Jim Carrey tried to do it he claimed that he was doing it for
Man on the Moon.
Man on the Moon, yeah.
Although Jason didn't like Joker, right?
Yeah.
You didn't like Joker.
I do not like Joker. But I am like not the best person because I'm not a DC fan in general. Yeah. I just have never been really impressed with any of their movies. Mm-hmm. So I already go with the known bias, and I'm aware of it. so I don't. And also, you know, with the Joker, I thought, I don't know. Like I said, I don't. I guess I've always had an issue with. You know, we all know the characters growing up. I mean, it's like, you know, we grow up and we gotta. Sometimes I think maybe I'm just unwilling to be conditioned or to be moved in a direction of when. Yeah, we all know the Batman story. You know, the Joker goes and kills his parents. We understand that or whatever. There's like, the Joker's a bad guy, and you know there's like some darkness in there. But then they want.
I have a rebuttal. I have a rebuttal for that.
And then, but then they want to take it to a place where it's this extreme rated R stuff or a comic book that was made for kids. You know, and now they're like, we gotta make these things super dark, super violent. Everybody has to be like.
It doesn't have to be super dark. It doesn't have to be super dark. It doesn't have to be super violent at all. And not only that, but Joker, I'll admit, kind of like just what you said. Like the first time watching it didn't really capture me. It actually took me a few watches to really understand the movie, and I actually enjoy it now because this movie is more of where you feel sorry for the Joker. You understand him more on a personal level than just say some backstory that you know nothing about, and that's why it's a kind of an origin story of the Joker, or at least that certain Joker.
Well, and some of the Frank Miller, DC stuff, that's fairly dark stuff. I mean, it's getting into and there's some other writers that, in the late 80s and stuff wrote some darker material. So it's not exactly
did he make the
child friendly, but
did he make the Spirit or no? Frank Miller.
Yeah, he directed one of he tried to direct the one that's not very good. Yeah.
And I guess I'm like that person, like we can kind of like, I guess I can segue into what you were saying but you know, when we watched Halloween the first time, John Carpenter's Halloween, we don't know anything about the shape. He just kills. We don't know why.
Yeah.
He just kills people. And then Rob Zombie made his Halloween, and it was like because he wasn't hugged enough as a child, and his mom's a stripper, and he, you know, he's like crying on the doorstep because Love Hurts is playing in the background, and now he's going to become a killing machine. It's like sometimes I don't need all that. Like I just need to know that the person's a bad guy, he's a foe to Batman, or he's a foe to Spider-Man or whatever. And I don't need all the backstory on that. I guess that's just a personal thing. But I understand where people are coming from, where they like that extra, backstory on some of their characters.
Well, it's easy to understand.
Yeah, is it the Killing Joke? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a good Joker story.
That was the first rated R animated one.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that came out not too long ago, right? In the last few years?
Maybe 3 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's one of those ones that shows
16.
up in the Dollar Tree.
Oh,
Yeah,
2016? Yeah, good few years ago, yeah.
You can currently catch it on
Yeah.
HBO Max, it said there too.
Yeah.
I just think that ever since the Deadpool thing happened, like I think all the studios want to like be extreme in their presentation on a lot of their characters, and I don't necessarily need a foul-mouthed psychopath murdering, person on my superhero movies personally. But it's whatever.
Well, the only thing that gets on my nerves with rated R movies, especially like say the new Mortal Kombat movie that came out, to me, they had Kano just do too much with the swearing. Like you don't just because it's rated R doesn't mean you have to say "fuck" in every sentence.
Right. That's I agree. And
like space it out, make it actually have an impact when you say it.
Right. Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Like I enjoyed it. It was still fun to watch. Don't get me wrong. But would I say that I liked it better than the 1995? I mean, a little. But I still like the 1995 just because it's childhood, it's memories.
Sure.
It stays with you.
Oh, without a doubt, yeah. Now, I remember seeing the 1995 one in the theater. I don't know if you guys had seen it or not, but I remember going into the local theater in my hometown area, and that was like hot stuff after playing it, in the arcade for 2 or 3 years leading up to that movie being released or whatever. So that was awesome.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, even the first Turtles movie is pretty dark for the first Turtle movies reflected more of the comic book than the cartoon. So the other two movies are basically garbage, but
Secret of the Ooze wasn't necessarily garbage. It was just more up to pop culture.
Yeah,
it was.
Yeah, very much played into that.
I don't hate that movie because
kind of thing with the guys in suits or whatever, like the Razor and.
Speaking of like Ninja Turtles 2, there is a guy that I did an interview with on my channel. His name is Steve Head. He actually helped with the production of the movie.
Oh, wow.
That's cool.
Yes, and the movie Little Monsters with like Howie Mandel and Fred Savage.
Oh my gosh, I love that movie.
Yeah, he got to help on those. If you guys want to see that, that's on my channel.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check that out, dude, for sure.
That's cool.
So he hung out with Vanilla Ice in part 2 when they did the ninja rap.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because I asked him a question about like Super Shredder Kevin Nash, the WWE.
Oh right.
Yeah, he was Super Shredder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And not a lot of people know that.
Yeah.
I know he walked on the set and was like, "Oh yeah."
Yeah, just like Rey Mysterio popped up in the movie Freddy vs. Jason was an extra or something.
If he was, really? Then you don't see it because he was supposed to be mysterious at the time. So
yeah.
I mean, you can't even see John Cena anymore. He just you can't see whatever he's doing. So
I know it's like, where did he go? Oh, you're in that movie? I wasn't aware it was coming.
I didn't even see. I just saw a hat. Was moving around the entire time, so
I just don't know how I feel about the whole John Cena and Vin Diesel playing brothers in the new one. I just don't see how that would work, honestly.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I don't
Like,
care for that idea.
There's no resemblance to even make it look like they could be brothers.
No, I don't. I haven't watched any of those movies in forever. I probably watched the first couple.
They should have left it alone after the first one.
Yeah. I think I did see Hobbs and Nash or whatever it's called or something.
Hobbs and Shaw. Yeah.
Hobbs and Shaw. Yeah. But I saw that one. I don't know. I saw that one because I'm a big Jason Statham mark. I just like Jason Statham a lot. I find him entertaining, and so
I can see why you got the whole Hobbs and Nash mixed up because it was always Hall and Nash.
Oh yeah, see, there we go. I'm trying. I'm bringing all these things in. So yeah,
I'm a wrestling fan too.
Yeah.
Some of the things in Hobbs and Shaw are ridiculous though. Like he's like picking somebody up with one hand and like slamming.
Yeah,
them
they
down
didn't need to give him Superman abilities. I thought that was stupid as hell.
Yeah, that was dumb for sure.
That wasn't needed. It's supposed to be just a fast, action-packed movie, not supposed to be supernatural and action-packed because it escaped realism, in my opinion.
Very
wasn't
much.
there also like a whole like bringing down the helicopter with a chain or something, and they're like hanging on to the helicopter or something? It's just like obviously we have left reality land and we went into
realism
world.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of much like Ronnie Yu and Freddy versus Jason. I understand Jason is a powerhouse, but I mean he heaved that guy the other side of a cornfield from way over. I mean he like tossed him the other county over. I mean it was just kind of a little bit superhuman, as he was saying.
Well, you know what action movie did it best, honestly, and it's the more realistic action movie that's even up to date even now, Tom Cruise Mission Impossible movies. Like, rarely do you ever see the whole fake, like, CGI work. And it's mainly to get rid of the strings and, like, say, cranes that would be in the way or whatever. Sure. But other than that, it's all the stunts are real. You know, it's not a fake plane, you know, on a green screen. It's an actual plane flying. Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, I do enjoy the Mission. I'm not the biggest Tom Cruise fan, but I do like his movies, and I like the Mission Impossible movies for sure.
Hey guys, we're going live with Kyle Dunnigan, a comedian. I think he's out of Canada. I don't know if you ever watched his channel. He does Craig and the Mansers videos that you see on YouTube here. Well, John, I think, knows what I'm talking about. But he just went live. So I just thought that was kind of neat.
Oh, yeah.
I watch a lot of his content.
He's probably.
Are you guys familiar with Pop Culture Corner, the Instagram/podcast?
No,
can't say I am.
No.
Okay, well, those guys, they kind of do the same thing you guys do, except they're more talking about what's more relevant, I guess, at this time for movies, as well as talking about like theaters and, you know, they're very obsessed with, like, say, the comic book world, if anything.
Yeah.
Oh. Well,
Zack Snyder, you know, the Justice League, they were all obsessed and made that like their top priority at one point when that was still relevant at that time when it was coming out.
Yeah.
I follow like Nerdrotic and those guys.
Yeah, when you get into the comic book world, I'm probably the least versed on any of it than any of you guys. I'm more of a, as John knows, I'm more of a horror oriented mind than
I'm all over.
Yeah.
I'm all over the place. I love horror. I love comedy. I love drama. I love thrillers. Love action. I love it all, you know, and horror especially. Of course, it seems like almost every horror fan will always gravitate towards the iconic ones, which is like Freddy, Chucky, Leatherface, Pinhead, and so on. And for me, I like psychological thrillers.
Yeah.
Because they like what I like to call mind fuck you.
Yeah.
Well,
what's one that you like right now? Is there one recently you like?
Yeah.
Psychological thriller? What was the most recent one I've seen?
It doesn't even have to be new, just something you've seen maybe recently.
Oh, well, I don't know about recently, but I know one of my favorites in general is Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah.
You know, because that's a classic, so I would always go with the classic first, probably before new.
I got to go to a lot of those movie sites when I have a friend in Pittsburgh, so I go hang out in Pittsburgh a lot. They filmed it there, and he took me to like the apartment complexes, a lot of the back alleys, and
the locations.
So it was cool. The location sightings. I mean, there's not much. You would have to be from there to kind of know the movie really well.
Yeah.
There's nothing that says, "Hey, this was filmed, here in the, in this scene of, Silence of the Lambs." So there's nothing really that says that. But it was really cool to kind of check out some of the locations that they filmed there.
Oh yeah,
it was cool.
There's a guy on YouTube here. He calls his channel Wet Movie One, if you're familiar with it. But not too long ago, I think maybe late last year, he had went to Oregon with some of his buddies, and they actually went to the town where the movie Goonies was filmed.
Yeah.
That
one.
And they went to all the locations that they did film at.
Yeah.
Now that's a movie that needs to have a part 2 before those guys get too old. Man,
yeah.
Seriously. Of all the movies out there that are being remade or reimagined or given a sequel to, that's the one I could get on board with.
Jordan, do you follow Jordan the Lion? Do you follow Jordan the Lion?
I don't know that name.
Yeah, he's another guy out there in California that goes around to different locations, not necessarily filming locations. He does filming locations and goes to different houses and stuff. He's got one of those tour guys, but he does kind of pop culture stuff like that. He's interesting.
Okay.
But I like Notorious as far as a psychological thriller.
Notorious.
Yeah.
I like the Notorious
because the only Notorious I know is the Biggie Smalls movie.
No.
Yeah. That's what I was getting at.
I'd probably say my favorite is kind of more, it's not like straight up horror, but I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Session 9.
Oh,
sounds familiar.
That's a good one. It plays with your mind. They're basically tearing down this old, I don't know if they're tearing it down or if they're renovating it, but they find these tapes of old or ex-patients that have kind of like telling their thoughts and what they're going through, and this one guy keeps playing them, and it gets into his psychological mind that like things are not what they seem, and it kind of like starts to make the team kind of like break up, like they're like all going crazy by being in this old abandoned asylum.
Yeah.
It's a really, if you haven't watched it, I'd recommend it highly. It's a really good one.
Okay. Give me 1 second. My cat's bugging me to get out of the room.
That's a really good one. It's on the weird side. I'm not going to lie, but what do you expect, with it being like the type of movie it is?
Sure. I'm trying to sit there and think of a movie like what you're all talking about, like a real good suspense.
I like David Lynch movies. His are psychological thrillers with sci-fi psychedelic twist. I don't know if you guys are into David Lynch movies much.
Did he?
He did Twin Peaks. That's what he's most famous for. Well, that's what the normie audience would know him for, but he did Blue Velvet and Lost Highway.
Highway, that's a good one.
Yeah. That's his movies are just crazy. I love his movies though. Yeah.
What's the one with the weird creature thing in it? Like at the very beginning, it's like in a skillet or something, and it's black and white. It's like
Eraserhead.
Eraserhead, yes.
Yep.
That one, man.
He did Eraserhead.
Yeah, that one's messed up, dude. I tried to watch that. I picked up a official release when I lived in Korea of that movie because I had never seen it before on DVD, and I could pick it up when I lived there. And I got it at home and I was watching it, and I'm like, what the actual hell am I watching right now? So I was like, all right, I got it. I couldn't even make it through half of it. I was like so perturbed. or like put out. I didn't know exactly what I was observing. So, but I do like his other stuff. I do like Blue Velvet. I like Lost Highway. I like Twin Peaks, but that one just didn't sit well with me.
Well, I made the mistake of going to see that movie before I even seen the TV series, so I didn't know what the hell was going on in that one.
Oh, Twin Peaks, Fire Walk with Me.
Yeah, I had no idea what was going on. I didn't know it was anything to do with the TV series. We didn't have cable at the time. I didn't have any idea.
We really didn't. I mean, I guess it would help to have seen them, but it's not necessary because it's kind of an origin. Story. It's kind of it takes place before the TV show, so it's not necessarily, you didn't necessarily have to see the TV show to watch that movie.
Be right back.
Yeah, I mean, I remember thinking Dennis Hopper in Blue Velvet was awesome. I really liked him in that. I thought it was super, super creepy. And then what was the guy that was in Lost Highway? He ended up being like a legit like murdering scumbag or something, like Robert something.
Yeah, Robert Frost.
Yeah, something like that. He was in that. He played a real odd character as well. He always gets people to play these really odd, offbeat characters for sure.
I don't mean to change the subject on that director, but you made me think of another psychological one that was really good too. Was Jacob's Ladder.
Oh yeah,
that's a really good one. Just ignore that remake and
Robert Blake. I'm sorry,
Robert Blake. That's it. Yeah.
Pop in the original Jacob's Ladder. That's
Yeah, I forgot about Jacob's Ladder. That's a really wild one too. I agree with you, Gary, on that for sure. Yeah, there's Robert Blake right there. Yeah, he's Bill Pullman.
Yeah.
Actually, that guy that I mentioned earlier, Jordan the Lion, he was friends with crap, I can't remember. He lives in Los Angeles, and he got to know one of these older celebrities. I can't remember her name right now, but he got invited to her birthday party, and he went to her birthday party, and like freaking Robert Blake, he shows up at this party. Robert Blake pretty wild. Party. He said when he first saw him, he's like peeking over the wall. He said it was like creepy.
Oh,
and
Henry!
He came in. Yeah,
said Henry Rollins was in that movie too.
Yeah, Henry Rollins.
Yeah. I need to go back and watch it. For a long time, there wasn't an official release, and I think I bought like a Chinese bootleg of it, the very first copy of it on DVD, and then
he nearly died, Henry Rollins. He was held at gunpoint. Yeah, he was held by gunpoint by, I can't remember the story of it, but I was watching it on Unsolved Mysteries. He nearly died, and the guy that was with him did get shot or nearly killed. I can't remember what the details of it, but it's just kind of weird.
Probably doing crappy spoken word slam poetry he got into for a while.
Well, he had some tapes in the early like 90s. You remember those spoken word tapes he had?
Oh yeah. I
don't know about the slam poetry now. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That was
so. I apologize, but I don't think I caught everybody's names in here actually, because I'm Charlie.
I'm John.
I'm Gary.
I'm Jason.
Yeah.
What was that, Jason?
Yes.
Yeah, I apologize when he came in. I didn't. I was going to ask you. I was making sure it was Charlie because I know you have Charlie Rage on your Instagram, but I wasn't sure about that.
No, yeah, it's me.
Yeah.
Now, Gary and Jason. Okay.
Yeah. What I was going to tell those guys is you also did an interview with Charlie Talbot on his page, and that was the guy who played Angus in the movie Angus. If you guys are familiar with that movie.
Okay, yeah.
He was a pretty charismatic guy too. He's full of life.
Is that the movie with the kid in high school and
he was always picked on for being fat, basically? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. I did.
And George C. Scott and Kathy Bates were in it.
Oh, okay. Yep, I did see that one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to interview Charlie, and he's a really good guy. Him and I were, I could just say Instagram friends.
Wow, impressive.
Yeah.
He's yeah, that was a really good interview. I enjoyed that. I apologize if I haven't watched all your stuff.
You don't have to watch all of it.
No, I know, but I just try to
Just
check
most
out
of it.
everybody's stuff, and I just get I get behind on all of it.
It's all
Well, to
good.
be fair,
It's
Yeah.
See,
impossible to
my
keep
thing
up.
is with
Exactly.
my channel. This is how I feel about my channel: is that if people don't like it, give me a thumbs down. If you like it, give me a thumbs up. But if nobody's giving me a thumbs down and I'm only seeing thumbs up, but yet I'm only seeing like maybe 1 or 2 likes of it, then I'm like, well, why isn't anybody just saying that they don't like it? It kind of baffles me a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like, at least tell me something.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
or
just-
I don't. Do you ever look at your engagement to see how long people are watching your videos? It's kind of sad.
Yeah, I have that analytics thing, so I do check that out.
Well, I mean, we all do, but it's just, yeah, you watch some. I mean, I guess some people, can bring in other people and keep them longer, but people, I don't know. It doesn't average. Does it do an average? I don't understand exactly how it works, but I don't want to get into talking analytics. But it's just,
Nothing wrong with that.
you have a 30-minute video, people watch it for 8 minutes, but that's me too.
I kind of do that only because I'm ADHD, so my mind is always like wanting something new, like right away.
Yeah,
and that's pretty much the story of the viewers on YouTube, I think.
Just about. There are some that I will watch the whole video for, though.
Yeah.
How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
Excuse me, 37.
Okay. Well, you're old enough to be in the group that can remember times before cell phone. So.
Oh yeah.
So, but yeah, I can usually watch videos much longer. I usually watch everybody's videos the full length. I try to, at least. I rarely skip off of anybody's videos. It's just how I am.
There's some that I will kind of skip to where I want to watch it the most, and then there are some that I just watch all the way through. There is a reaction channel that I like called Awkward. Well, her channel is Ashley Burton, but she goes by Awkward Ashley in general, like for social media. And she does reaction to movies she's never seen, stuff that us all have seen. Like example, The Goonies, she loved it. Close Encounters, she loved it. E.T., she did not like. Beetlejuice, she did not like. And I gave her a thumbs down on that one on the Beetlejuice. I had to.
Yeah. I've heard of. I have not been watching her, but I've heard her name a couple times now, so I'm gonna have to definitely check her out.
She's actually fun to watch. She is fun to watch.
I think that I think we have been conditioned to be like 8 minutes is what most people can handle in front of watching a screen. About 8 to 10 minutes. So I just think that it's hard for people to sit down and listen to somebody, including myself, drone on about a movie. That's the reason why you have so many channels that like kids watch. That you have people screaming, and there's like things popping off in the screen, and people shouting and running around, and they're making like all these crazy shots, or people getting shot in a video game, and they're like reacting to it because something has to happen like every few seconds, or else people are gonna tune off. If we're over here talking about like we're talking about the Joker, and we're like, so this is the movie The Joker. Joaquin Phoenix stars in this movie. Maybe all of us can sit down and watch it for a while, but I mean that's not going to bring in the butts into the seats, and they're definitely not interested in sitting and watching it more than a few minutes.
Well, see, that's why I think trailers exist, because those are supposed to entice you to make you want to see it.
Sure, but when you have people who tune off your channel, if you're doing a 30-minute video and you get 5 minutes of people watching, that's basically what you're getting. Well, that's why, because we're talking about a movie that A, maybe a lot of people don't even know about, or B, maybe could care less. So
my collection videos, it's funny, my collection videos do very well.
Right. If you're showing like a collection, that's kind of different. I feel like it's different because something that's coming every few seconds. You're showing new stuff, you know. But if you're just sitting there talking about a movie, or you're just talking about you're just doing an unboxing of a 4K movie, it's like, well, does
some
that
people
4K
enjoy those? Some people do like the unboxing. Me, I do have some unboxing videos, but the only one that I got the most love for, actually 2 of them, was Small Soldiers being released on the Blu-ray. I had done an unboxing for that, and I had done an unboxing for the 1976 King Kong, you know, from Shout Factory, and that got major love. You know, so, and plus it was probably trending so big at the time, that's why it got heavy traffic.
Sure, that makes sense. But we all know that generally speaking, you might have that 1 or 2 that pop up, but most of the time you're doing it, and it's like, you know, unless you already have a pretty big channel, you're probably not going to get a ton of views on just a random opening of a DVD or just talking about some random movie. And like you said, unless it's the hot new movie of that moment, you know, then people are going to maybe watch just by proxy of it being hot right that moment.
Yeah. Hey, John, curiosity, when you do your StreamYard thing, do you have it for all your platforms, or are you just using YouTube only?
Just YouTube right now.
Because you can do it throughout Facebook, Twitter, you can actually plug all.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I tried to, I believe it or not, I just now set up my YouTube page. I have always had a personal one, but I never had one for my low IQ media, and I just not a big fan of it, but I just set one up, and I'm starting to do that now. So hopefully I can start streaming over to it soon. I tried to hook it up tonight to stream over there, but it didn't want to connect. So I didn't feel like fooling with it.
Well, if you do hook it up to your Instagram, it'll message everybody on your following list.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah. That way people can be informed that you're on if they don't have your notifications on.
Okay. That's cool to know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I like learning from everybody. I'm a newbie to everything. So
it's all good.
I enjoy doing this stuff. I'm not the greatest. I'm not a great host, but I like doing it. I just like doing these because I just like getting people together and talking about the stuff that I like. And I'm glad that Jason's one that got started me doing it. So I'm just trying to do.
Well, whose idea was it for the whole name Low IQ Media?
Me.
It was you. Okay.
That's my channel.
Well, how'd you come up with it though?
Well, it's not a clever name, you know. It's just,
I was just curious because I was wondering where it came from.
Well, I thought about it. I thought when I first started thinking about it, I was trying to run through names, and I was like, I don't really want to call it movie collecting something because there's so many people out there to do that or something. I was trying to think of something different, and that's how I feel about the real media. And I was like, well, I don't want to do it to sound political. At first, I started to change my name. I actually got another channel by it's actually probably a better name, but I don't do anything over there. But
honestly, I think Low IQ Media does kind of fit. I'm not gonna lie. I actually like the name, and if you really think about it, anybody who's a big movie fanatic usually are your quote unquote nerds, so it works.
Yeah. I just stayed with it because after my channel started picking up, I just kept with it. My other name was actually the Kentucky Fried Movie Collector. I'm from Kentucky,
call it Kentucky Junkie.
Yeah. Well, that's the truth there not for me, but that's the truth for Kentucky people. A lot of junkies around here. Meth junkies, but
I'm a movie junkie. But
yeah, I might add that John's anything but low IQ when it comes to media. Though he knows his stuff when it comes to all aspects, and he does a good job with his channel. Being so early on, he's already pretty near at the 100 subscriber plateau, and
I just barely reached my 400 after a year.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
been up a year. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just having fun doing it for the most part. I do agree that I hope I'm not shouting into this. I've got it close to my mouth for some reason.
I feel like I am.
And but I like doing it for fun, but at the same time, you still want an audience because that's
Oh,
the
of
whole
course.
point of doing
It
that's
helps.
the whole point of doing a YouTube channel. I mean, you want to have people listening to you and following along. And I do have some engagement from some people. You have your usual people like you and all of you guys, and I got a few other people that talk to me every now and then. I don't. That's what I want to get into. Just have more interactions with my fans down the road. So hopefully, I can grow.
Maybe you should start using your StreamYard to actually get more interviews, so to speak.
Yeah.
And
That's what I
maybe
want to
try
do.
to get Charlie Talbert on here if you wanted to try to do that, because he's a very nice guy. I'm sure he would say yes to you. It just depends on scheduling. That's all.
Yeah, it'd definitely be fun. I like, that's it. This is what I like. I get a bunch of people together, and that's what I mean. That's what I had to give. Jason's the one that got me started. He's the one that invited me to do it at first. I was already thinking about wanting to do it because I think I'd met you and on some of the other people I follow, like I was talking about Nerdrotic and some of these guys. Now those are big time guys. They're 300,000 subscribers and 5,000 live stream subscribers. Their live stream followers and stuff like that. Now that's not what I'm attempting, but that's who inspired me to do stuff like this. And this is just my wheelhouse, movies and pop culture. Not so much. I'm not good at talking off the cuff about comic books and things. I know a little bit about comic books, but I'm for the most part.
You don't have to be like a professional to talk about it, though.
Well, I know that's I just do what I do.
That'd be me.
Yeah,
that'd be me. I don't know.
I just do what I do, and I like to learn from other people and learn not only just how to do things, but learn about movies from other people because I haven't seen everything. I've seen a lot, but I haven't seen everything. Nobody's seen everything in the movie. Everybody's got movies that somebody else hasn't seen, and that's just how it is,
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Like I haven't, especially say with foreign films. It's hard for me to keep track of those because of subtitles. Like sometimes they'll go so quick and you're like, I didn't even get to finish reading that fucking sentence.
Yeah.
That's
my problem with the wreck movies from Japan. I get out of those because I can't keep up with how fast they're going, the subtitles. Mm-hmm. And then you miss an action sequence in there or a pop-up scare and it just takes you totally out of it. I can't get into it when it does that.
Well, see, for subtitles, personally for me, don't bother me at all because, like, I got it. Oh, that's scary. I know.
I'm sorry,
but I'm sorry. But I got into anime in the late '90s, and
I'm gonna turn it off, guys.
And I prefer. Yeah, that's fine. But I prefer watching anime with the original soundtrack. I like the Japanese dialogue with subtitles. It just sounds better.
I'll laugh too much just because it's so different. Like, and it's like, what?
That's just me. But sometimes sometimes I'll watch. I'll go back and watch stuff and. Especially since my eyes have gotten bad, since I have that diabetic retinopathy, and it's like especially if I'm watching something in my bedroom and the TV's far away from me, even with my glasses on, it's hard for me to read dialogue. So I'll just watch it with the English dub in there. So
yeah,
but sometimes I think the dub are terrible.
Ip Man movies. I don't know if you're familiar with those ones, but Ip Man,
they're
the guy who
very
trained Bruce Lee.
Yeah,
they're very rampant in the Dollar Tree.
What, Ip Man?
You can find them for $1 almost anywhere, any store.
Well, there's a collector's box set that's 4K.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't think you'd find that, but I mean, but if you can get there to the Dollar Tree, if you're looking for that at a cheap price,
I actually work right next door to a Dollar Tree. I work at Big Lots.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I think they might have. I'm not sure if they had a season of one of those there too. Maybe I can't remember. I'm not sure. I can't remember if they did for sure.
The Dollar General has Ip Man season 1.
Oh, okay, that's what it is then.
Is Big Lots getting rid of their DVDs, or Is that a rumor? That's a rumor out there. And
it's just whoever said that. I don't know who mentioned it, but like we are not liquidating any movies at all.
Okay.
Because they do sell.
Oh, so you work at Big Lots? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's cool to know. Because somebody my wife knows is a manager, and she said they're trying to phase them out. I don't know what she was talking about.
Maybe at their location, but not nationally.
Oh, okay, cool. That's good to know.
Yeah, because my store, we sell pretty well, actually. Now, there will be times that they have to kind of like shrink it down to be able to put more out. And it's only because titles that have been there for like, say, maybe a year.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it just depends.
Yeah, that's kind of why I've been avoiding the one in my area, because it seems like it's the same stock that's been there for...
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only time we ever had a 4K come in, it was the movie Atomic Blonde.
Oh.
That'd been cool. I like that.
I've got the book. You have the still. I have the steel book of that. I remember.
I have
yeah.
$15. I got like the first 4 seasons of Rawhide.
Oh, okay.
$15. I couldn't resist picking that up for that.
Yeah,
price.
We sell that.
Because I think John was trying to get that, weren't you, John? Or did you end up getting?
Yeah, I'd like to have that, but I never did. I never did find it in my area. They've sold out of all of them, or
maybe Charlie can hook you up.
Well, we do have quite a bit of titles. Like we have the NCIS, we have I Love Lucy stuff, we have Andy Griffith Show, but only by volumes, and I think Rawhide was one of them too, like that you have, and Happy Days was in there. I bought the first season of I Love
Hogan's
Lucy
Heroes
on Blu-ray.
Yeah, you had Hogan's Heroes too.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's still there, but I know we had it.
Yeah, I actually have the
or Gomer Pyle. We had Gomer Pyle too.
I actually have the entire Hogan's Heroes.
Oh wow!
Set. It's one of those though. It's the plastic, but it's got the. But
not to be nosy, not to be nosy. How much that run you, John?
I can't remember now.
Oh,
I'll be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah,
probably $60 or $80. I'd imagine. I can't. I don't remember. Be perfectly honest. A lot.
At one point, we had the first 2 seasons of Mork and Mindy there.
That's pretty. Cool.
I remember seeing that.
I've seen some. I've seen some of those, but I already have like. I think the first season. I like to have all of them.
You can buy Mork and Mindy as a complete series now, though.
Yeah.
You can buy it off Best Buy, Amazon.
For some reason, I got really into. Walmart was selling. And it's more than just Walmart, but they started putting out all these, the plastic sets.
Oh yeah,
but the one that comes in the plastic.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are complete series, but this is the one that I want them to complete the Beverly Hillbillies. I love Paul Henry. I love Green Acres.
No, Green Acres. That's the one with Zsa Zsa Gabor, right? Or is that her sister?
Ava.
Ava Gabor.
Oh, I thought. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, and then I got
twins.
this.
They're fucking twins. That threw me off for a while.
Yeah, all 5 seasons.
But I just like that. But they've never. But Beverly Hillbillies is iconic. Why has it not been the whole series been put out? It don't make any sense.
I think there is an entire series out there. Actually, it's just I think the only way to get it is through like eBay or Mercari. The hard to find kind of like thrift store style stuff.
Yeah. I have it all. I have it all on burned DVD that I bought from somebody like 10 years ago, but it's all like burned. It's not official DVDs.
Hey, sometimes you got to go with what you can get because
it was pretty good quality though, because it's ripped off of good TV. Good TV.
It depends on the person who's distributing it. Yeah, because I have my Angus movie actually is a made on demand order.
Yeah.
And it looks like a Blu-ray.
That's how mine is. I've got the same one as you do. Yeah.
It's just like Horror Pack, the exclusives that they bring out every month. They're lot of them are on demand.
Made on demand.
Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah, they're exclusive ones that they give it for that month.
I've used it like a few times for a pack. Because since my budget is kind of up in the air because I work part-time, I'm not able to have it consistently like I would, because I do want to build up my horror collection, and I have a decent amount of horror, but I want a good size, shelf or whatever. And so the ones that I've gotten from them are like Land of the Dead, which is George Romero, John Leguizamo starring in it. Love that one.
I was gonna show Jason that because he's got the interview. Rebane, excuse me. Rebane, excuse me. I don't know why I always mess his name up.
Bill Rebane,
Bill Rebane,
yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen
awesome.
that. I don't think I've ever seen that set before.
It's new. It just came out like last week or 2 weeks ago. But
I would have seen it on Instagram though.
I haven't seen all of his movies, but I've seen Monster a Go-Go, and now that's another one I was introduced by Mystery Science Theater is Mystery a Go-Go. But it's kind of funny. Mystery a Go-Go, it's a pretty horrible movie.
Wasn't Mystery Science Theater getting a reboot?
Yeah, another one. Yeah, he's completely crowdfunding. He's completely crowdfunding this. He's not going to deal with Netflix at all. He's going around Netflix and going to release it himself.
What's this?
Mystery Science Theater. They released a couple seasons on Netflix. I guess Netflix wasn't interested in doing anymore, and so Joe Hodgson, he's just going to do it himself. He's just getting crowdfunding for it, and he's just going to produce it and release it himself. Which that's what they did with it. Netflix. They did the crowdfunding for it as well, and they got all the money, and then but Netflix was the distributor for it. But so he's just going to create some. I don't know what kind of platform is going to release it for him, but that's how he's going to do it now. So.
Now, is he the one who does Cinema Titanic?
Yeah.
Okay.
At this point, I don't know if there's much more room on Netflix for all the stuff they have on there. My God.
Yes, Cinematic Titanic was the.
Hey, Jack Yo.
Oh.
What up, Jack?
Hope he's still here because I've missed that. Thundar, the Barbarian.
Yeah,
it's Burn on Demand. Yeah. But I'm sorry, but Cinematic Titanic is basically the entire original crew from Mystery Science Theater. It's Joel, Trace Ballou, Josh Weinstein, or I think that's how you pronounce it. Josh Weinstein, and
careful with that last name.
Yeah,
Harvey Weinstein.
But Josh and but she went by J. Elvis Weinstein. It's Weinstein, I think. It's J. Elvis Weinstein.
How's it spelled?
I can't remember. I have to look it up.
Because there's ST.
I don't know if it's a I before E or E before I. Yeah.
Because Steen, of course, would be more the Jewish way, and then Stein is more German.
Right.
Like Albert Einstein.
Yeah. But yeah, it was Mary Jo Pehl and Frank Conniff, in which all those were basically the original crew. Mary Jo, not so much, but she's pretty funny on her own. But the rest of them are. Josh was the original Tom Servo. Yeah, he was the original Tom Servo in the very first season when they were still on cable access. The very first season they were on cable access, then they got picked up by Comedy Channel, which was Comedy Central. So
yeah.
But Cinematic Titanic's, it's funny. They're really good. They do some good movies on there. They do that East Meets Watts and stuff like that. Just all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah.
It's only about 9 or 10 movies they did, but they toured it. See, that's what's cool. Those guys are touring. I don't know if Cinematic Titanic's touring anymore, but At one time, see, Frank Conniff had a heart attack a couple of years ago, and they had him and Trace Ballou had a podcast. It was the movie time with the Mads. That was the call. That was the name of their. But it's not up anymore. But they were doing that, and they also toured as the Mads because they were the two mad scientists on Mystery Science Theater. So they were doing that for a while.
I used to watch Mystery Science Theater 3000 all the time as a kid too.
Yeah.
That's like a litmus test.
I've always seen it from a distance. I never really watched it too much, but I mean, I do like stuff that spoofs, what's going on in them.
What I liked about their stuff is that, they were basically watching old movies and they were commentating, but giving it shit at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I loved that about it. And I think that's why some of the reaction channels that are out today either know about it or don't realize that they're kind of doing what's already been done, but not many people would know.
Yeah, that one girl does it all the time. That Jen, have you ever seen her reaction channel? She's on, I don't know how I started seeing her stuff. I see her on Instagram. I don't really follow her channel, but it's Jen. Real reviews with Jen.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've seen several times. I actually commented and said, Mystery Science Theater did that. I was like,
did anybody get the Indiana Jones 4K collection?
Oh yeah, well I should have it tomorrow. I'm getting it late for some reason. Yeah.
Same here.
Everything I've been getting. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everything you've been getting what?
Everything I've been getting, even from Amazon's been coming late here lately. I used to get stuff early.
I've been going through Best Buy.
Yeah. Yeah, I ordered mine from Best Buy.
Between all three of you, who has out of print movies?
I probably do, but I don't know what's
exactly. That's kind of what John's saying, more or less. I could and might not know it. I don't.
You might have hidden gems.
Yeah, I probably do. Oh, well, actually, I know of one thing, if I can reach it, that is definitely out of print. I've got to see where it went to. Excuse me, fellas. Oh, there it is. I moved stuff around here recently. I know this is out of print.
What is that one?
The Prisoner Blu-ray.
Huh.
Are you familiar with The Prisoner?
I'm not sure.
It was a British television show. It's a classic. I mean, if you haven't seen The Prisoner, it's amazing.
I might have and just never knew that.
I was getting ready to look.
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
It's Patrick McGoohan. He was the actor.
Magoo.
Patrick McGoohan was also on a show called Secret Agent. You might remember Secret Agent.
And the Avengers.
And
he was also in The Howling.
Yeah.
Ooh, The Howling. I like that one.
But essentially essentially in The Prisoner, he's he tries to quit being in the secret, the MI5 or whatever in Britain. He tries to quit, so they basically capture him and send him to this, like, he don't know where he is. It's an island, or but he's basically, it's basically a psychological. He's always been psychologically tested to with different, to try to, and he's every episode he's trying to escape this place he's at, and it's just a wild, crazy show. You definitely would love it. I think you'd like, if you like psychological thrillers, you would definitely like it.
Okay.
It's not like a real long series. It's like any British series. It's not real long. I can't remember how many episodes it is. I can't see in the dark.
No worries.
But
is there a good site? Is there a good site that you
wonderful
all go to find out what's been out of print now? Because I used to use DVD Aficionado, but they're a defunct site now, so I don't know what's out of print anymore.
A movie called SLC Punk.
Yes. Oh yeah, with Matthew Lillard, man.
Yes.
Of course. Yeah, like a Mormon skate movie.
Yes,
yeah,
basically.
I have that. on DVD.
I pretty much find out what's out of print through the channel or Cool Duder.
Mm-hmm.
He goes to like different video stores.
Cool Duder, I know that guy.
Yeah, he goes through all the
Sean C.
Video stores that are going out or are out, and he'll find stuff all the time that's out of print. And I base it off what he sees, more or less. I don't really. If they're dated, obviously there's a good chance they're probably out of print, but Blu-rays kind of changed that game a little bit, with the on demand and that kind of thing.
Like, to me, there's still a market for physical media. It's just it's heading towards more online shopping than in-store shopping, if anything.
Yeah.
And Gary, good question for you. Since you said you're more into horror movies and collecting horror in general, are you or do you have the movie American Werewolf in London?
Yeah, I do, but I don't think it's like a 4K or I believe I got it on. Yeah, I got it on Hamilton Book. I think I paid like $5 for it.
Oh, okay.
So it is circulating. I don't know if it's still on there because they're changing their stock like all the time.
Okay.
But I did get it on there. I think it was some kind of like special edition. I can't remember the quotation of what they called it, but it was a special edition of some sort.
Okay. Do you have a favorite horror movie?
It's so tough.
Like one you'll never get tired of.
I have a really good fondness for the movie Return of the Living Dead.
Oh, same here.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I also like Day of the Dead as well. Those are my two.
I would have to say that Return of the Living Dead and Land of the Dead are my two favorite zombie movies.
Yeah.
But I mean, I could never.
Those are pretty good.
I don't really get sick of that, and I don't get sick of Tourist Trap either.
I know the name, but I don't think I've seen it.
Yeah, I can't. John would know the actor. He played in a lot of westerns. I think he played the rifleman, Chuck Connors. Was that his name?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
He played in that, and he kind of plays this old demented guy that lost his wife, and he kind of tries to bring her like back through his automation kind of thing, like a statue, like in her memorial, and like people come to this tourist place, and he kills them. Via his little contraptions and whatnot, and he falls for this girl named Molly. I'm not going to go any further than that because I don't want to ruin it. But it's a really good one if you get a chance to watch it. It's Tourist Trap.
Tourist Trap, okay.
It's very good.
Along with Session 9 that I referred to you there earlier, if you get a chance.
Session 9, okay. You know what? Thinking about it now, I think I might have possibly seen Session 9. I need to look at the trailer, like the movie trailer, and then know for sure if I have.
Yeah.
Hearing the name is like totally ringing a bell. Unless it's like one of those movies where I walked by it so much to where the name stuck with me because I worked at Blockbuster many, many years.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That would be very rampant on their shelves, I'm sure.
Yeah. So that's possibly where I might have seen the name and it probably just stuck with me. But it's possible I've seen it, but not sure.
Yep. Is that a Coraline doll in behind you?
This one?
Yeah.
Yep. And there's one below it too, right here. That's
okay. I thought it was. I thought with her eyes missing. I thought that's what that was. Cool.
Oh, there we go. Frame.
I can't think of right off the bat what out of prints I have. I'm sure I've got out of print stuff, but I can't think of what it is. I don't keep up with that too much.
That's cool. You got both like that.
Yeah. So no, I'm a big fan of Coraline, and it's actually being re-released onto Blu-ray August 31st.
Oh, wow.
Yep. It's already available for pre-order on Amazon.
Then, was it the 16th, I think, or is it next month? 16th, I think Space Jam 2 is supposed to come out on HBO Max.
Next month, yes.
Yeah.
And the new one, the old one, the original Space Jam is coming to 4K.
Oh, wow. That'd look really good on that.
Oh yeah, especially with the HDR, possibly Dolby Vision. I don't know. Yeah. Oh. Ooh, Fright Night.
No, that's cool.
This is my jam. 1985. I love this movie.
Yeah,
I know it's out on I know it's out on Blu-ray, but this is probably one of my favorite movies of all time, especially horror.
Oh
and
yeah.
Then,
that's definitely my favorite vampire film.
Oh,
my God.
Honestly, Lost Boys will be mine, but yeah.
Yeah.
Lost Boys is a close second. I give you that for sure.
Yeah, I do. I do too. I really do. I like both.
And then another movie that no one ever talks about, but it's a huge '80s movie for me. It's like Fright Night is like 1A. This is like 1B probably. It's the movie Waxwork.
I know the title, but I don't know if I've seen it.
It's the same actor who was Zach
Galligan. Yeah.
So from Gremlins.
Oh, him. Okay.
So and then Waxwork 2 actually has Bruce Campbell in it.
Oh, really?
Cool.
Right.
That's pretty cool.
Damn.
But these are full screen editions, which I hate. But I don't think I've ever seen it on Blu-ray. Definitely on 4K. But but it's like this is like the only movie I've ever found. I found it in the wild. I just love this movie so much. It's just Waxwork is such a great movie. And I know like 95% of it's nostalgia, but it actually is a really great concept. It's kind of surprising that it's a concept that hasn't been revisited. Mm-hmm. Do you all know the movie at all? Have you all seen it?
I just know the name. I don't know if I've actually seen it.
I'm a little partial to the first one, but
me too. I mean, I love the first one. The second one's fine. It's okay.
Yeah.
But the first one is my favorite. So the basically what it is typical high school teenagers find this wax museum that just opened up in their little town or whatever. Mm-hmm. They go and there's like a creepy Englishman and his like sidekick midget who run who run the wax museum.
Okay.
And so the idea is that they're having like a soft opening for the community.
You kind of reminded me right now of the movie Ghoulies.
Yes, it's kind of, it has that vibe for sure.
Yeah.
So the premise of it is they get these young people to go into the wax museum, and they have all these different wax scenes from different horror literature or like early film or whatever. And so they have like an Invasion of the Body Snatchers, they have werewolves, they have vampires, they have Phantom of the Opera, that kind of stuff. And what happens is that as soon as the young people get really close to like the red rope that keeps them away from going actually into the exhibit, the English butler type guy pushes them in, and they actually go into the actual wax museum area, and it turns into real life. And they now are part of that scene that they're seeing on the wax museum. So like if the werewolves breaking through the door, now they're inside the house where the werewolves try to get to them. Yeah. Or the pods are opening up with like the creatures. Now they're laying in this field, and the pods are opening up, and it's like aliens, and they're being attacked. And it's a really cool premise. I'm surprised it hasn't been revisited, honestly. But that's pretty much it. And then, of course, the idea is to get out of the thing. If they get killed, they become part of the wax museum. So they actually become. I
might have seen it. Saying all that made me think I did see it.
And a little side note to that little actor that played in the first one, he also popped up in an Ozzy Osbourne. Right there. He was also in an Ozzy Osbourne music video. I think it was called "Mama, I'm Coming Home."
Oh, okay.
He was also in that video.
Hey Charlie, I was just.
This is Vigo from Ghostbusters 2. Vigo.
Nice. But I looked up out of print DVDs, and I was just looking over and noticing that your video comes up under the main search under Google. There, you're right here.
Oh, in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right your there. Video comes up under.
Who does? I'm sorry.
It's Charlie's.
Yeah.
Charlie.
Right.
See here, Charlie Brewster. You're so cool, Brewster. His name's Charlie.
I pulled this out. I like I say, I'm not a massive horror person, but I always like this.
I
That's
have
impressive.
those.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
That's awesome.
yeah.
No, I have that too. I am actually a big fan of the Tales from the Crypt series. I haven't seen every single episode, but I've seen a good chunk, if anything.
Yeah, I remember watching it when it was on.
Yeah, being a kid.
Yeah.
HBO.
HBO, yep. You just beat me to it. Yeah, I used to stay up real late at night when my parents went to bed, and I'd come back downstairs or upstairs or wherever, and I'd watch it on cable. So yeah.
Luckily, my mom didn't care.
Yeah, my late.
Yeah, my parents really didn't care, but we only had one TV, so I never could watch it unless my dad wasn't watching it. Until I was old enough to get my own TV. Then I had my own TV, then it didn't matter anymore.
Yeah,
but
yeah, my late night TV series I went to was Cold Check the Night Stalker.
Oh yeah,
I feel like I've seen
Darren McGavin.
Darren McGavin was famous for I Dream of Jeannie, right?
Was he? I can't remember if he was in that.
Yeah.
Was he? I can't. I don't know if he was in that.
Well,
I have useless.
We're going to talk old school TV.
There was two Darrens, I think, that was on I Dream of Jeannie.
There's two.
There's Darren Stevens, and there's two different ones.
Well, I Dream of Jeannie just actually got released onto Blu-ray.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, really?
Yes,
I've got the DVD, but I've got it pre-ordered on Blu-ray. I want it on Blu-ray.
Same here.
Yeah.
I just picked this up on Blu-ray off of eBay for including shipping was like $4, completely sealed with the slipcover.
Rocky Horror Picture Show, nice. I have that. I think it's 45th anniversary edition.
Yeah, 40th.
Oh, you got the 40th. I got the more recent one that came out either earlier this year or late last year.
Is that the one that comes in a thicker box?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
yeah,
the one that Charlie has. I think I have that one.
Yeah. But for getting it for like $4 or $5, I was like, heck yeah. So, I love this movie when I was growing up. I used to go to the shows in Louisville, Kentucky at the Vogue Theater when I used to go to the actual live shows on Saturday nights. And so this has a strong place in my nostalgia. So for sure.
I've never heard Susan Sarandon say it personally, but I've heard a rumor that she regrets making that movie.
Oh yeah. She won't even talk about it.
Yeah, much like Kevin Bacon hated being in Friday the 13th.
Really?
I think.
Yeah, he won't own up to it to this day, but he puts over Tremors.
Damn. I mean, like if we ever had the chance to talk to Kevin Bacon, I'd tell him why
I like
even,
Tremors.
Like why forget about
I
it?
like
That
Tremors.
kind of helped.
Yeah.
I mean, because it got him noticed in a certain way. Because hell, he was in Footloose.
Well, that's how Leonardo DiCaprio was with Critters 3. He won't claim it at all.
Oh yeah, certain actors won't claim anything. Like Jennifer Aniston doesn't claim Leprechaun.
No.
But it was rumored that Kevin Bacon might be the next Freddy Krueger.
Really?
Yeah.
I highly doubt that. But if they did, that'd be interesting to watch.
Now, Darren was the character in, I think, Bewitched, or he's the character, not the actor name. And what I was thinking about was actually Bewitched. It was Dick York and Dick Sargent. Because I always remember that from Wayne's World. I think it's World 2 because he's like Dick York, Dick Sargent York. That's weird.
Yeah.
That's a good line.
I love the Wayne's World movies. They're funny.
But it was Darren. He was the character name. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's stupid. I get into that stuff.
I would have liked to see them round it out with a trilogy, though.
Yeah.
Just to be, put an end to it or whatever. I like finality, to stuff.
Yeah.
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 Well, I'm glad they're going to do a new season of Dexter, so we can actually hopefully get a finale that makes sense.
Oh, so Dexter's coming back?
Yeah, it's going to come out, I think, next month. Like they're doing a new season on Showtime.
Yeah, the setting's supposed to take place in my neck of the woods, upstate New York.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, because if you watch, at this point, if you haven't watched Dexter, the series, then that's on you. But the series, the way that that's one of the very few shows we talked about. Putting a button on it. Having a show that has some finality, like it ends. Even if it's an ending you don't like, but at least if it ends in a way you're like, okay, it hasn't ended,
Kind of like how Game of Thrones ended on a note where everybody got pissed off.
Yeah, or like The Sopranos, it's like it goes black, you hear a gunshot go off and all this kind of stuff. So I'm like, so Dexter kind of had that kind of ending too, because 7 years you're following Dexter, all the shenanigans he gets into and gets out of and everything. And then at the end of the season 7, he looks like he's, he somehow has now become a lumberjack. Like, I'm looking for like Babe the Blue Ox.
Yeah.
And he's like, he's like up in the woods and he has like he's a grunge rocker or something. And, and I'm like, what? That's how we're ending this show? Like everybody that you love is gone or dead or missing. And you just like become a lumberjack? Like seriously?
Yeah.
And so I am thrilled that hopefully they go back and rectify that. And like I don't know if it's only going to be a one-off season, like it's going to be one and done.
To be 10 episodes.
Okay, so that'd be great. 10 episodes, they can cover a lot.
Is that going to be Netflix or who? Is it Netflix?
I think.
Or do you know who?
Showtime.
I think it's Showtime.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's interesting to note in that trailer, it kind of hints at that maybe he moved on from being the lumberjack to possibly a school teacher, because a lot of the kids in town are referring to him by name, like they know him from somewhere, like he's kind of like a school teacher, or I don't know, like the school nurse or whatever. I have no idea, because he does have that background in criminology, and so he probably knows a little bit about medicine, I'm sure. Well, we all know he can falsify documents, so he can be whatever he wants to be. Exactly. So he's obviously super smart. So yeah, I don't care what he does. I don't care what he does. I just want it to have a better ending. So even if it's a 10 episode one-time thing, I don't care. But I love that show. It's probably one of my favorite shows of all time. And interesting. No, I don't mean to cut you off, but Jennifer Carpenter, his sister that played in the original series. It's rumored that she's going to be appearing in the show, possibly as like maybe a ghost of some sort, like in his inner darkness or whatever, his dark passenger. Well, that's what his dad was like. That's what his dad was. Yeah, so that makes total sense. And she's really not up to much these days either, to be fair. I've seen her in stuff here and there, but nothing, would keep her from being in a 10-episode season at least. Yeah, well, she's from Louisville, Kentucky. I remember we're around the same age. And I remember when she started getting big that, people kind of like with Jennifer Lawrence. She's from Louisville, Kentucky also. And she, I remember when she was, people would like leave and go see her do like plays or musicals at her school because she was getting so much recognition for being like a standout actress. And then that's when I still lived in the area. And then fast forward, she's the Jennifer Lawrence that everybody knows. So it obviously she took off from there. But I remember when she was the first show she was in. What was the first show she was in? The Bill Engvall show or something like that? Is that what show? Yeah, I think so.
Jeff Foxworthy show.
Yeah, one of those. She was on one of them.
Because I don't know if Bill Engvall had his own show. I know he was on the Jeff Foxworthy show because that's where he got his start on TV, at least.
Oh, I was talking about Jennifer Lawrence.
Jennifer Lawrence?
You
said Bill Engvall.
Oh, yes. I think she was on the Bill Engvall show. That's where she got her first TV show, I think. She was on a TV show before she started making movies, obviously. But
a lot of actors are like that too. Because you said Bill Engvall, and I know the name Bill Engvall as comedy redneck, but he got his start on Jeff Foxworthy's show. That's where I was thinking maybe did you get them mixed up?
Oh no,
I never heard of the Bill Engvall show.
Just like the actor Jason Alexander, you would have never thought he would have been in his first movie was a slasher film called The Burning. Yeah, and then he went on to play in Seinfeld. Right, but also I think Holly Hunter was in that movie, The Burning, too. Yeah, and they both don't ever talk about that movie because again they don't want to be associated with a slasher.
To go back what we talked about earlier.
And so is Fisher Stevens, who played in the Short
Fisher
Circuit.
Stevens, yeah.
Yep. You would have never really recognized him because he does such a good job of playing the Indian descent character in Short Circuit.
Oh my gosh, yes. Which apparently he recently apologized for.
Oh, really?
I didn't hear about that.
Oh,
hey, Gary,
yeah.
quick question.
Huh?
Gary.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if anyone has ever said this to you, and I would hope you don't take it as, like, say, offensive, because it's not meant to be offensive. But were you ever told that you look like a character in a movie, Independence Day?
Oh, the scientist guy?
I was going to see if you could guess what I'm talking about.
No,
but
no one's ever said that, but that's cool.
I was about to say, because I'm saying it as a compliment, because that's what I mean. Like,
I've been called anywhere from Wayne's World to Jay from Jay and Silent Bob. I've been called HBK. I've been called James Storm. I've been called. One time when I had my handlebar kind of like mustache, like Triple H, I was called Sheamus. I look like Sheamus. I've been called all kinds of stuff. I'm kind of used to it, you know. You just kind of play it up.
I was just curious if anybody had ever said that, just because by looks alone, from my point of view.
No, that's cool. That's fine.
Brent
fine with that.
Well, when I was a kid, I was always told I looked like Doogie Howser. It was never Neil Patrick Harris. It was Doogie Howser.
Yeah, that's Brent Spiner. I assume that's who you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, he played Data on Star Trek. Yeah. Yes,
Data. Yeah.
I don't know about you guys. I talked about it in my last video, but I liked I always liked the first movie, but I liked the second movie too a little bit. I don't know why. I just Resurgence. Yeah,
I still enjoyed it. To me, it wasn't say a bad movie. It probably wasn't what people thought it could have been, because to me it could have been better. Don't get me wrong, it could have been better, but it wasn't say bad either.
Yeah, it did pretty good considering Will Smith wasn't in that one, was he?
I was a little disappointed on that part, honestly.
Yeah, there's no reason why that movie actually made him.
Exactly. So I think he should have came back.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure they asked him and he refused to be in it.
I don't know if he refused. It could have been a scheduling conflict. He probably could have done it if he wasn't so busy at that time, because I think during that time, that's when he was doing the Bad Boys, I think.
Okay.
I think.
But I enjoyed it for the most part, but it's kind of funny. I recently got the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, the complete series on DVD. That too. And because I'd been wanting it for a while and it finally resurfaced, there was something else that resurfaced with it, but it kind of, the whole series came out together, and so I bought it. But so I was some of the things I get curious about when I'm watching something. I was kind of like, sometimes I'll forget exactly what date that it started. Like I had to see if it came out at 1990. And also, I wanted to know how much Will Smith was making at the time, and I didn't realize this. I never knew this, but Will Smith, like he got famous for the Fresh Prince, DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince in the 80s, and he basically, he got wealthy at our young age, like 16, 17 years old.
Yeah, he was still a teenager.
Yeah, and he basically didn't know how to handle his money, and he spent money hand over fist on mansions and houses, millions of dollars. I wouldn't
do that. If I ever got famous or rich, I would never do that, honestly.
And he owed he got in trouble with the IRS. He didn't pay his taxes.
I heard about that.
So he owed the IRS he lost everything. He lost, like, they repossessed everything, and then he owed them like $2.5 million on top of that. So when the first 3 seasons of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, he 70% of his paycheck went to his IRS debt. So he was basically just earning 30%, which is, this is 1990, and this is kind of before I know he was big as a rap star, But I bet $100,000 might have been his, $100,000 to $200,000 is probably his salary in those days.
Well, see,
Not
the thing that gets on my nerves with celebrities is they all feel like that they have to spoil the shit out of themselves, and it's like, don't get me wrong, spoiling yourself every once in a while is fun, but to need to have it every fucking day, you don't. Like, you don't need a big ass house. You really don't. You need just enough for you and your family, and that's it. And if you're making a lot of money, why not contribute most of it to, like, say, fixing buildings, fixing roads, whatever it may be in general, that they decide. Yeah, that's what gets on my nerves about celebrities.
And why not invest for tomorrow too? Because you're not always going to stay on top in whatever you do.
Mm-hmm.
You get old very fast. I'm 50. I'm going to be 51, and it flew from 30 to 50, just like that,
Yeah.
Don't say that, Gary. I don't want to hear that.
Well, the worst people that do it are some of the worst people I've seen do it is, well, I mean, as far as celebrities go, as far as movie actors, is Johnny Depp here. Like, he's the one that's making hundreds of millions of dollars and just buying property or all over the world, owned an island and drinking. I think
he's kind of blacklisted at the moment because of his bitch wife that he had.
Yeah. Well, yeah, sort of. But, that's what I'm saying, though. That's not reason why he went, but he went in debt before all that went down. He was already going in debt before that. It's kind of the same way with Nick Cage, kind of the same way, just way overspending.
He's actually making a comeback, though. If you really think about it, he's kind of slowly making a comeback because Willy's Wonderland, that actually did somewhat decent. And I hear that there's going to be a Face-Off 2. Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying that they're not irrelevant. I'm just saying that if they pissed away hundreds of millions of dollars, how easy it is to do. Because people will buy like 20 properties, then they don't realize there's something called upkeep to those properties, and there's a lot of things that goes into owning owning land and things like that. They just don't think about.
Exactly, I agree with that.
And drinking, I think they said he was drinking like $20,000 a month in wine and something like, or maybe more, 100,000. It was something crazy. Or he was buying $100,000 a month in wine or something crazy. It was this, stupid
Johnny
stuff.
Depp?
Yeah.
Well, he does like
that Jack Sparrow life with the rum. He does like,
yeah.
Sorry, my phone was getting ready to die, so I had to plug it in.
Not to mention Nick Cage is all over the Big Lots movie rack, all over the place. I don't know if anybody's ever noticed. He's all over. It's like Snake Eyes. There's Face Off. I mean,
8mm.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
I love
that. Was actually one of my favorites.
Yeah, I got the sequel to 8mm right over there.
Really?
Is that any good?
No.
Did you guys like Color of Space? Did you guys like that?
I didn't see Color Out of Space, and I know that's an H.P. Lovecraft, story, and I like his stuff, but I've heard mixed reviews on it.
I enjoyed it.
It was interesting. Yeah. It was interesting. Yeah.
It's not great, but it's pretty solid for what it was.
I'd like to see something with Cthulhu.
Yeah.
For H.P. Lovecraft, yeah.
Yeah.
Because seeing all the kaiju monster movies and stuff, imagine Cthulhu coming to the big screen, the whole like humanoid, bat-wing creature with a head that looks like an octopus, Yeah. That would be awesome to watch.
Yeah.
It definitely could be made nowadays and made to look good. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, if done right. Like today's horror movies, to me, it's hard to capture that magic that, like, say, 80s and 90s horror movies had with the realism that they brought with their animatronics and puppetry and stuff. It was just amazing. Yeah. And nowadays it's just mainly computer, and it's hard to get excited for it.
Yeah.
And I have an example of that recently because my son, he's 12 years old, and he had never, and I sat down last week, 2 weeks ago, and I watched the original version of the Angelica Houston, The Witches.
Oh, love that
And
movie.
It's such a great movie, but it's all done, like you said, practical effects in camera.
Mhm.
You know, it's all real. You know, they're not using CGI. And, you know, and he knew there was a remake. I mean, he didn't even know there was an original.
HBO
He just
Max.
thought
Yeah,
there was
I
a
watched it. I watched it.
And was it any good?
It was okay. It's entertaining. It's funny, but it doesn't capture the magic like the original one did.
That's the one with Anne Hathaway, right?
Yes,
Right.
and they actually kept the original ending to the book in this remake of the Witches movie.
Oh, well.
Because the Witches with Angelica Houston, they changed the ending, and that pissed Roald Dahl, the author, off badly.
Wow.
Oh yeah, he was so upset with their ending because if they had not fucked with the ending, I think he would have been happy.
Yeah, very much in the way Gene Wilder was ticked with Tim Burton's version of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Kinda, yeah. Like he didn't completely hate it. He didn't agree with it. Is all it really was.
Yeah.
Because Willy Wonka is like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The book itself is not meant to be like a dark book.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a kid's book in general, but hell, so is The Witches.
Yeah.
But The Witches can be dark for a children's book.
Right.
But Charlie and the Chocolate Factory wasn't meant to be dark.
Yeah.
And
I like both versions.
Now, don't get me wrong.
It doesn't need to be remade again. That's for sure.
Oh, actually, they're doing a prequel, Wonka.
Oh.
They already have the star casted and everything. It's gonna be happening soon for production. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Seems like everything's getting lidded all the time. You wouldn't think
Some get greenlit, but they never work. Like Channing Tatum playing Gambit, that got greenlit but never came.
Thank God.
Hey, I don't know. Channing Tatum, he could have done it. He, in my opinion, as Gambit, he had the look. If anything, I don't know if he could have acted it, but he had the look.
Right, he had the look, but could he pull off a Creole accent for 2 hours? I don't know. We'll see. So.
See, and that's what I mean. We didn't get to see it.
Right.
Yeah.
But it could be Brad Pitt in the 7 Years in Tibet with that awful German accent he tried to pull off.
You know what? Yeah, I realized that Brad Pitt didn't even sound like he was doing anything other than Brad Pitt.
Or Keanu and Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Trying to talk like an Englishman when I really sound the same. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I just appreciate when they just go, you know what? We're not going to do all that. We're just going to. It's kind of like if you ever watched the movie Valkyrie with Tom Cruise. Like they start out the movie. They start out, everybody's kind of speaking German, and then all of a sudden they just kind of everybody speaks English. Everybody speaks either American English or British English. They stop speaking. I'm like, that's fine. I'm okay with that because I'd rather hear it with them without the terrible fake accents than trying to put on a fake accent and it just like distracts from the movie. I'm like, I can't do that.
It's funny that you mentioned that. It's funny you mentioned that though, because there are two movies, one Tom Cruise, one Braveheart, with Mel Gibson, and Mel Gibson did a good job, in my opinion, with the Scottish accent. Now with Tom Cruise, there is a movie that he did with Nicole Kidman, and this might have been when they first started dating too. It was a Ron Howard film called Far and Away. Yeah, and he played an Irishman. They were both from Ireland, and to me, he did a very good job on that accent because I have Irish ancestry in my blood, and of course, I'll be anal if someone doesn't do the accent correctly, you know. And I thought he did an amazing job.
You know, now that I think about it, he did a really superb job as an Irish speaking. Whatever is he from? He's from the United States, right?
Originally,
yeah, okay.
He grew up part of his life in Louisville, Kentucky.
I just didn't know because the actors in Hollywood sometimes can convince you they're not from where they really are.
Kind of like Robin Williams. Everybody thought he was from Scotland.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just the way I feel about certain actors. Like, you know.
Yeah, Kate Winslet has such a great American accent that if I didn't know she was British, I would have thought she was born in Iowa. You know, like you know, she's so good with her accent.
Yeah.
Yes, there were like a few, like say, British actors that fooled me. I will definitely say, Hugh Jackman actually did a good job.
Sometimes it's fun seeing a British comedy whenever they're got people that can't do American accents, and they sound like John Wayne. Ever heard a bad British? Ever heard bad British act? A bad American accent by a British actor. It sounds so goofy sounding. It's funny when they're trying to do it, because they're trying to do American, but they got a kind of a Western kind of sound to them. I don't know.
Yeah,
kind of like
Brendan Gleeson in the movie Lake Placid. Like his Scottish accent pops out half the time in that movie, and he's supposed to be like a upstate New York, like a police officer. And like at the very beginning, like they don't have him, I guess, redub it. So like his Scottish accent's almost like full force, and then 20 minutes later he's back to an American accent. So it is.
Gary, you said you're from New York?
Yeah.
Question, because one of my favorite shows is Law and Order SVU. I'm curious to know if they ever film in your location.
That I don't know. I do know that the movie Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, the interstate that they show in that movie,
yeah,
a lot of that was filmed on Interstate 81, and that's the main route you got to get on to get here. So a lot of the scenes that are shot at night in that movie are on Interstate 81. But as far as you said SVU,
yes.
I have no idea as to. I'm sure there might be some backdrop scenes maybe that are shot around here, because it does have a lot of greenery and a lot of shrubbery.
Right.
Like you okay?
Nice
Hold
job,
on.
Charlie.
There we go. My freaking phone fell.
But that's a misconception about like New York City. Like you think because New York City talks a certain way that the whole state talks like that. It's generally Long Island in the areas surrounding there, like Manhattan. Those are the type of.
You're
people.
lucky you don't. You're lucky you don't sound Canadian. You're so far north.
yeah, I know.
He lives like, what do you say? Like, is it 3 hours north of Syracuse? Is that right?
Yeah.
About
2 hours actually.
2 hours. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Gary, you ever seen the movie Strange Brew?
Yeah.
Rick Moranis?
Yeah, I just picked it up. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, on Blu-ray. They had it on, I think it was Amazon or eBay. I can't remember which one I got it. It's like $10, I think.
I was not aware it was even on Blu-ray. I thought it was still on DVD.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's on Blu-ray. Yeah.
It got real popular on Instagram. I don't know if you heard of GCap Recap. He does a really solid review on Strange Brew if you want to check that out. He's really got a really good sense of humor. He's a really good guy.
It's funny. It's funny they made a.
Oh, one left.
Did he leave? It's funny that they even made a movie from it, because if you've ever watched it on SCTV, they're literally like 2-minute clip, and they're like a 2 minute a 2-minute short on the SCTV on the show. It's like funny. It's like they just come on for just a brief, like a minute or two, and then they're off again. They don't even have like a full, a skit. I went blank here.
Yeah,
they have like a 2-minute skit. Yeah, but they're usually cooking bacon. They get arguing about who's getting the bacon or not, and and then they have got the beer. Yeah,
like it on stage. Where they're sitting in chairs, and then in the back they have the Great White North or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
they do it at the very beginning of the movie, but like every episode, whenever they're on SCTV, they're just on like brief. It's funny that they made a movie out of something that's like a extremely brief like skit on the show.
Yeah,
have you ever watched SCTV?
Who, me?
Or any of you guys?
Oh yeah,
I'll be honest, I'm not familiar.
Yeah, it's like a Canadian version of SNL, sort of, to a degree.
I mean, I know that Canada has like certain improv studios up there. I know that Thomas Chong, I think, came from one of them. I just can't remember the name, like Inner City or something City.
It's Second City.
Second City. Thank you.
That's what I think that's what SCTV technically stands for. It's Second City TV.
Yeah.
But
yes, I do know it then.
But the weird thing is, it is Canadian made though. Second City is technically out of Chicago, but came from Canada
but all those came to Chicago. Yes,
but all those guys are from the SCTV Chicago crew, basically John Candy and all of them. They all was on. Yeah, they were all on
Eugene
SCTV
Levy
or Second City. Yeah.
Well, later
it's just a funny show. John Candy's got this one character. It's an ongoing. He's like a movie producer, or no, he's like a television producer, and they keep cutting his budget. He always wants to do like a crane shot at the end of like some kind of production he's doing. He always wants to do this high expensive crane shot, and they're always cutting his budget. And he's like, at the end of the show, they won't let him do it, and it's just an ongoing skit that's hilarious. And then he eventually gets to the point where he's forced to do just man on the street stuff, and he can't afford to do anything else but one camera. He keeps trying to go over his budget all the time with his production. It's pretty funny stuff. But they have a lot of skits. Like Martin Short was on there. He comes on like after the second or third season, I believe.
Yeah, he played the character of Ed Grimley, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know Ryan Stiles from Whose Line Is It Anyway? He also came from Second City, from what I understand.
What kind of stuff do you smoke there? Like what?
This?
No, I know what you're smoking, but what?
This one I don't remember the name of, honestly.
I can't. I haven't been able to do that for I haven't done that in like 12 years.
Well, it's legal here in California.
Yeah, I know. But I have health.
Kentucky I was about to say, isn't it medically cleared over there?
No, I don't think so. No.
Yeah,
it's hard to get anything like that done here, especially because
New
it's
York
a Bible
is
Belt.
legal.
So.
I was about to say, I think New York was legal too.
Yeah, Governor Cuomo was pushing for it heavily.
Oh.
Yeah, it'll never be legal here unless they nationally legalize it.
Yeah,
it's just because they've tried to get gambling here a couple of times, and the Bible thumpers come out in force, and you don't get anything done.
But I think
what? I'll take any religious person on, because as much as I believe in the supernatural, as well as like believing in something powerful than you, to me they're hypocrites, and that's just me.
Well, yeah. I don't care if you're religious. That's fine, but
exactly.
But I just don't.
I don't force it on me, if anything.
Right. Anything, even atheism's a religion too in itself. I just don't like to label myself anything really, but
I don't necessarily label myself. All I would call myself is a believer in impossible things.
Yeah.
Because shit happens, and then you're like, wow, how the hell did that happen?
What I never did look and see if what happened to Jason there.
Yeah, I was wondering myself.
I don't know if he just left because
maybe it's just getting late because it is almost 11.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he has an early morning or something. I'm
sure he would have said bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's weird.
And if he's using his phone, maybe his phone died on him.
Yeah, maybe.
Because mine was about to die before I plugged it in.
Yeah, he didn't leave. He didn't leave a message. I don't think he got mad at anything. We weren't talking about anything that he would have gotten mad about. So
I think he might have either lost connection or he literally just like battery died or something. I don't think he intentionally meant to leave like that.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
he doesn't.
Yeah, he's
I've known him a little while, but I know he's not, going to get mad about anything like that.
Yeah.
Because there was nothing for sure that I don't think that we were talking about that would have been upsetting, if anything. And I'm sure he seems like the type of guy that would say something if he was said.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. No, but what I was getting at earlier, I've actually have I'm on dialysis, and so I can't do anything. I can't smoke. I like smoking cigars and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I can't smoke. I can't do anything because I'm trying to get on the kidney donor list. So you can't do anything, even that. That would be the best thing you could put somebody on in my situation, but they don't see it that way. Especially UK is almost like, I hate using the word Yahtzees, but I'm not going to say the actual word, but say Yahtzees. They're a little bit Yahtzees about their program, but they just want to weed out druggies and stuff, real druggies from their program.
Hey, so you got to be clean. You got to be cleaner than a Marine in boot camp.
Yeah. Yeah. I can wait. I haven't smoked for a long because I've had I worked for a government contractor before I got sick. So I definitely couldn't do anything. So
that's understandable.
Yeah.
You don't want to jeopardize any of that either, because
no, it's just, yeah, it sucks. I wish I lived in not California where it's legal or somewhere it's legal, but
Colorado.
That's the only thing that that's the only thing I didn't like. I don't want to get into politics, but I know that they asked Biden or something about that if he was gonna, he was interested in legalizing it, or maybe somehow it was a question
federally
either asked.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a question generally asked. I don't know if it was to the administration or to him directly, but he basically was like, no, he wasn't going to do it. But I don't know if that's a direct quote from him or that was just a quote from the administration. But
well, I can definitely say it's not like a high priority, no pun intended. No. But
that's the only reason I like to see liberals
like
get in.
Priority, so.
That's the only reason I like to see a liberal possibly get into office. And I don't really care about presidents, but at least something like I like to see that get legalized nationwide. I think it needs to be, but
I agree.
And it's just it's never going to be done by a conservative, I don't think, unless they're really good. But it don't really matter, Democrat or Republican. To me, they're not any different. Their politics aren't any different.
I just don't like the fact that they divide themselves as Democrat or Republican, and it's like, you guys call us the United States of America, but what exactly unites us? That's my question. Yeah. Because you've got different states, and I mean mainly state-wise now, to where people are either segregated or primarily, say, dominant certain color, depending on where you live. Now, me, I live in California, very diverse, but there is still bigotry here as well.
Oh yeah, there's bigotry right now with the essentials in the workforce. They got no hazard pay since day one.
Yeah, we never took a break. I work at Big Lots, and we did not get. We didn't get shut down. We stayed open the whole fucking time.
Yeah, I mean, how do you determine that's necessity too? You know what I mean? Because it's like, you guys sell movies, you sell all other stuff, but a lot of that stuff you don't really need.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? That's what supermarkets are for. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, we do carry the, main essentials, which would be like your toilet paper, paper towels, stuff like that, that people that everybody was hoarding up on. Yeah. And it would get on my nerves. Why the hell do you guys need to hoard up?
Yeah.
There are other people that need it too. You're being greedy. Don't be a bitch. Don't be a dick. Literally be a genuine, decent human being and be helpful. Don't be wrongful. And don't be don't be hateful. Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to hate on the needy in our country, but
I don't hate them. I don't have to like them.
no. But my thing is these, like, my wife works at a grocery store, and I mean, she sees like people with 4 and 5 carts loaded with food. Who needs that kind of food? I mean, I know we're in uncertain times, but I don't know, it's just ridiculous to see 4 and 5 carts loaded up with groceries. I mean,
unless you're a caterer, you don't need it.
Yeah. It's just a drain, and I think that's why there's not enough money to go around for all the different groups in our country is because of that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is like me and Gary are both on disability right now, and I'm sure Gary's probably like me. He probably gets paid about like what I do on disability, and then there's some people out there that's not worked a day in their lives that are rolling around in brand new cars and all kinds of stuff that's been on disability their whole lives, and they're not disabled, and
Oh yeah.
people like that need to be weeded out of the system. I don't have a problem with welfare whenever it's used properly.
I don't.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. But Social Security is not necessarily welfare, but I mean, I just don't like welfare when it's not used properly. When the people that need it, I understand, but when it's not needed.
And that's a good point about people on Social Security disability. They should actually get a bump as well. We pay taxes whether they like to admit it or not. Anytime we go to the gas station, we're paying gas taxes and groceries and we're paying our share. And it's overlooked because they think, well, we give you $1,000 a month, that's a lot to live on. But when you divide it into four weeks, that's not very good when you got kids and and other issues going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, John, curiosity.
Yeah.
Well, not so much curiosity, kind of an announcement at the same time. Because it's kind of like how you saw my interviews, right? How I had a host, like a second host. It's very possible that he will no longer be a part of the channel because he's going through his own personal issues, of course. And I'm trying to look for like another second person.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you would be interested or if you're trying to.
Who are you talking about? The guy you?
My friend Ben. My friend Ben that was
yeah.
supposed to be my second host.
Yeah.
He's just going through some things right now to where he doesn't feel like he could focus if he tried.
I'm pretty much available anytime because of my schedule's open right now. I don't work, so I can do it anytime, and I enjoy doing it. So I'd like to.
Okay. Because
and you can come and do it with me too, all of us together.
Yeah.
Which this is kind of my show. I'm trying to start my own thing because I want to do it on a regular basis. So I can, do it on a regular basis, and that's the only way you can get a following if you do it at the same time and people know when you're going to be on, and you just don't go on at random times and stuff like that.
Well, if it helps to know, I usually
unless this is your spot right here, then because tonight's not a set time. This is because Gary. This is just the first show, and this is the best time for Gary. But I haven't chosen a spot for this show yet.
Well, I was going to mention that Wednesday evenings for me and Sundays, any time of the day, are good for me.
Yeah. Okay. That sounds fun.
Just in case if you're interested.
Yeah, I enjoy doing that.
Okay. I mean, because you got the StreamYard, I figured you could use it to good use.
Yeah.
Because I could possibly get like Charlie Talbert to come back on, like do a little update video if he's got anything he wants to promote. I could try to get like other people that I once had on my channel already and do some update videos with them. We could do them with Steve Head.
Yeah, it'd be excellent. You got some good contacts. That's the things I don't have yet.
Oh, I'm still working on it though. I'm still working on it.
I've been, I've done, I've collected movies for a long time, but I've never thought about it more than just enjoying watching movies. That's why some of the information I'm not too in depth about, and that's why I'm trying to learn more about different subject matter. But it's as far as movies and directors, I know movies and directors. I don't care as much about actors as much, even though I do enjoy classic actors. I just don't remember their names all the time. Well, there's too many of them to keep up with. I can keep up with directors usually, but
actors I'm good with. Directors I'm semi-good with. Writers I'm not good with.
Yeah.
Producers I'm semi-okay with. But when it comes to, like, say, being educated, I would say you and I are kind of opposite a little bit, where you're more the behind the scenes person. I'm more the what's in your face.
Yeah. Well, I'm a more technical minded person.
That's what I mean.
And you're probably more like I'm probably better at that, and you're better at probably maybe the pop culture angle.
Exactly.
And, yeah.
That's where I was saying that's where
cool.
we kind of
yeah.
It's where that kind of works.
That's just how that's how I am. That's how I learn better. That's what I went to school for electronics, and I was a sound engineer, so I can talk your head off about the details about recording a band, but but sometimes other things, social issues, I'm not as good about. So that's just how I am. I'm just technical, But,
so
yeah,
John,
I enjoyed you coming on tonight. I'm glad you popped in.
Oh yeah, no problem.
You were one of the people I was going to ask to be on the show next. Close to next anyway. So it's good that you came on. Yeah.
I was kind of bored anyway, so I was just like, I had seen that you were alive, and I was wondering like what topic or whatever it was going to be. And
do you know much about Kal-El? You know him?
You mean Superman?
You familiar with him? Yeah, no, the real Kal-El, but there's a Kal-El. There's a guy that's a channel, but are you familiar with him, Gary? I talked to him. He's evidently he had a channel, his channel, and then he quit doing shit. He quit doing videos for a while, and then now he's came back up. So I don't know.
I was pretty good friends with him at one time, and we in the Dollar Tree community. And I don't know if you're familiar with my Dollar Tree DVD. She's all over Instagram, and she's always going to the Dollar Trees, and they're showing what's out there, and what they'll pick up for you if you'd like. And you get to pick in the community if they show pictures, what you want, and it's kind of like first come, first serve. And I don't know. One day I was ahead of everybody, and I was picking them all out. And he said I think he said I was taking all of his movies or something, or taking I was being selfish. And I'm like, well, the rule of the game is that you're supposed to be, here first come, first serve, and you get what you get. Whatever's left, it's kind of like a scavenger. You get what's left. It's not nothing I had anything to do with, because it's happened to me too, where I've been late to the dance, and he said he was joking around after the fact that I was hoarding all the movies, which wasn't true at all, because other people were getting them as well. So, and then we kind of had a falling out, and he said that, and I mean, he's a good guy at heart. It's just, it was ridiculous to get, arguing over something simple like a $1 movie.
Exactly. No, I get that. I've had people definitely get all weird on.
It's petty.
Oh yeah, child stuff. I call it childish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What before we get off here, what new stuff have you got this week? That's usually what we do on the channel a little bit.
This week I ended up picking up Smokey and the Bandit. What was the other one I picked up? I got the Ferris Bueller's Day Off Steelbook. I already have Pretty in Pink from the Paramount Presents thing, so I don't have the Steelbook that came out with Ferris Bueller yesterday. Yeah. So those are my main new 2 that I have. Oh, sorry. No, I just picked 2 up today. I take that back. I picked up Raya the Last Dragon from Disney.
Good, great film.
And Doolittle with Robert Downey Jr.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I didn't get to watch it on HBO Max, so but my kid and my girlfriend said they enjoyed it, so I got it.
The big thing I got this week was I got the Ken Burns documentary Baseball. They released it on Blu-ray, the whole set. That's really good. I don't know if you're into Ken Burns documentaries, but are you familiar with his stuff?
No.
Yeah, he does a lot of let's see here. Yeah, this is it. He does stuff like this. He does a lot of American documentaries for PBS, but he's done a ton of stuff. I 5 or 6 of his documentaries, and he's got
Do
a
you have
bunch of them. And
Do you have the
baseball,
baseball?
I mean, yeah. That's what I said. That's what I got this week. They just released baseball on Blu-ray.
Believe
It's
that's
you
his,
talk about comprehensive. It's like from the very beginning of baseball to up until like 2012, whenever it was made, 2013 when they made the documentary. It's just like almost year to year, like the whole the whole history of baseball. It's an amazing documentary. Yeah.
Yeah, I have heard that's his best series that he's ever done to date.
Yeah.
That's what that's what I've been hearing.
He's very passionate filmmaker, very American centric about all this stuff he does. Like one of them, I don't have it. I don't think it's up here, but yeah, it's right here. But like this is really good. The Dust Bowl.
Okay.
And he did one on Vietnam. He's did a series on World War II, which I like to have. I don't have. I have Vietnam and I have the Roosevelts, and and it's just he just does some great stuff.
See, I like documentaries, but my type of documentaries are more nature based.
Kind of like March of the Penguins and that kind of thing.
Exactly. Yes, those types of documentaries.
Yeah, those are pretty good.
I like documentaries all over the place. I was thinking about. Have you seen The King of Kong? That documentary.
Oh, is that the one with the video game?
Yeah, the guy about the guy playing.
Oh yes, I do know
Donkey Kong. That one's really good, and I mean I've got a ton of documentaries, but I was also another one's The Devil and Daniel Johnston. Have you ever seen that one? That one's good.
No.
Daniel Johnston was like he's kind of like a genius songwriter, and I guess he had a lot of mental problems basically, and it's just kind of his story that he ended up he passed away a couple of years ago, but he just kind of his story come to full. He's basically one of those guys that went down to Austin, Texas, and and he I don't know. He's just got a wild story. Just lots of crazy things happened in his life. Because of a lot of mental issues and stuff. But he was kind of a genius at the same time. A lot of his stuff is like really rough. He used to record just on cassette tapes and stuff, and it's rough, but it's just like he wrote some just beautiful songs and stuff for the era. In fact, Kurt Cobain. The reason people knew about him is Kurt Cobain wore one of his. He used to like have his hand painted. He was like kind of a artist as well. He would do like music, and he did like these kind of generic like cartoon art, but it's like he would do artwork like on just notebook paper, but he would sell them in art galleries and stuff, and he would do them on shirts. And Kurt Cobain has one of his shirts on, and one of his on like the MTV movie awards or some music awards or something, and people kind of got to know him by that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one to check out.
I think the last documentary that I've actually seen all the way through, and it was basically a docu-series on Netflix, and I'm sure you guys might know the name, Tiger King.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I've heard of it. I have never seen it.
It's an interesting documentary. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to watch. You should check it out.
It's up there of craziness, but it's also it's one of those where when you start to watch it, you think you're going to get bored, but no, it definitely entices you to want to keep going.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen one. Go ahead, John.
No, I'm sorry. I just kind of.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it seems we're talking about what docu movie or whatever how you dressed it. What I've seen was one time on a I don't know if you remember the little video game E.T. That was a bit of a bomb for being a really bad video game.
Oh yeah.
It was buried. Yeah, it was buried out in the they buried it out in the desert or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, that was I was entertained by that one. I can't remember the name of it though.
Yeah, I've seen that, but I don't know the name either. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I thought that was pretty interesting.
Hey, have you What did you think about La La Land? I don't know why I was thinking about it for some reason because I was thinking about First Man, and I really liked First Man, Damien Chazelle or Chazelle. Is it Chazelle or because it's Chazelle? I believe. You
Are you talking
familiar
me or
with?
him?
Yeah, I wasn't sure who.
No,
who
either.
addressed-
Well, Charlie, I guess. But
I can honestly say I haven't seen La La Land. I'm very
Okay.
picky when it comes to the whole
Yeah.
musical movie
Yeah.
stuff. Like the only one that I say that I like recent, like within a year or two old, is The Greatest Showman.
Yes, I love
yeah,
that.
I'm not a
That's
not
a
a big
soundtrack.
musical fan at all. But I wasn't. See, I'd seen First Man with that he had done, and I really liked that. I'm a big space nut when it comes to NASA stuff, so I thought the way he did First Man, I loved how he shot it and everything. I thought it was well done.
You're
But
talking
then
Ryan Gosling, First Man, right?
Yes,
Okay.
but I was saying Damien. That's the guy that directed it, Damien Chazelle. But he also directed La La Land, and I just recently bought La La Land on 4K. And sorry, I'm getting off topic here, but I was just thinking about it. I hadn't talked to anybody about it really, and I wasn't a big fan of it. I'm not a big musical fan. I just thought it was just little. I don't know.
I mean, I like musicals, but like I said, I'm picky.
Yeah.
You know, like Mary
Yeah.
Poppins, I can handle Mary Poppins. The movie Labyrinth with David Bowie, I can handle. What would be another good example for music?
I like Sound of Music.
Sound of Music is a good one. It is a good one.
I mean, I know
I wouldn't say it's a favorite.
That's
I
a
wouldn't call it a
cop
favorite.
out. That's a cop out because it's such a good one. But
Well, no, it's a cop out because everybody could say the name and you wouldn't.
Yeah.
That one's easy to fool.
South Park's a good musical.
The first movie, it is a musical.
Yes. Yeah.
Playing
It's a
Canada.
good one too. The songs are good in it. You know. I mean, I know.
I've recited the movie itself. I love that movie. It's actually one of my favorite, like, I guess you could say adult-rated type of, cartoon movies. It's just funny all around. It's a musical, and it's meant to piss you off when really it just makes you laugh.
Yeah.
So ridiculous, it's funny.
Yep.
That's how I feel.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. Yeah, you're not too much younger than me. So you probably seen it in the theater as well, more than likely. Or were you a little bit too young to see South Park in the theater?
And I actually saw it when it came out in theater.
Okay. Yeah. I remember seeing it. I remember it was a big deal, like whenever they cursed for the first time in it. I remember
when you heard it unbleeped, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the first
don't
time
call me fat, you fucking Jew. Yeah.
I think the first time I saw it was when it hit DVD. I seen it at home video.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, see, it's funny that you say that because Mortal Kombat, the 1995 one, I was begging my mom so bad to go see that in the theater, and I was never able to see it. And then when it came out on VHS, watched it like 5 times in a row. Because it wasn't that long of a movie.
No, it flew. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was easy to just watch it again. Yeah.
A movie I always forget about, speaking of South Park, is Matt Stone and Trey. Matt Stone and Trey Parker's their first movie they made.
Oh, Orgasmo.
Before Orgasmo. They made a musical before Orgasmo called Cannibal the Musical.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and it's a musical. Yeah. It's I think it's about the Donner Party or something like that.
I don't remember per se.
I have it on DVD in the other room, but it's been a while since I've watched it. But it's something like that, or it's about the first settlers, the Mormon settlers. I think that's what it's about, the Mormon settlers coming to Utah.
No, okay.
And
that's probably where the original idea for Book of Mormon came from for them.
Yeah.
So that makes sense.
But Orgasmo is good too. Have you seen that, Gary? It's not a porno. It's a comedy.
Yeah. The minute I seen, I don't know if I'm allowed to say dildos and stuff.
You can. You
I
can.
tuned it out, and I was like, "Nah, for me, I know I like Trey Parker and Matt Stone, but I don't know. I see that I just couldn't get into it after that. I don't know. I just get weirded out by stuff like that sometimes.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh.
Which what all that? What Orgasmo?
yeah,
No.
Orgasmo.
Yeah,
Or
it's not
you just
a. It's
mentioned
not a. Yeah, it's not a. Well, it revolves around the porn industry, but it's not.
But
It's not a
Orgasmo's
porno per
supposed to be
se.
like a superhero.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah,
It's a very, very weird movie.
yeah.
But it's
Yeah,
funny. It's weird, but it's funny.
Yeah, basketball's hilarious though too. I love basketball.
That's
A lot of
more of
people-
my speed. Basketball.
Basketball is
Well,
more slapstick comedy. So
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of funny things, but I don't know. Some people I don't think got that joke with Jenny McCarthy where she's like, she hands him that trailer hitch, and she's like, "Do you want me to?" And her lips are silver. He said, "Do you want me to?" Am I the only one that gets that joke? Whenever they're like at the stadium or something, and she hands him like the trailer hitch from the truck and like all the chrome's missing from the ball, and she said, "Do you need me to get him more of these for you?"
Yeah.
Is that it's all those subtle jokes like you can suck the chrome off a trailer hitch.
no.
Yeah.
Well, that whole movie is just one big giant sexual innuendo.
Yeah.
Yeah. The way they treat
saying
that,
the word, dude.
yeah. The way they treat that one guy, little bitch.
Hey, and he does some South Park character voices in that movie too.
Yeah.
He did Mr. Garrison. He even did Cartman when he was making fun of the fat guy.
Oh yeah, Squeak Scolari.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you
yeah,
you know
or something like that.
what who and what did that director do in the 80s? And what brother? He has a brother that he made movies with, and maybe both of them made basketball, but I'm pretty sure it's just one of them. Do you know who that is? Sorry, my question's a little bit. Yeah, who directed basketball, and what movie did he make in the 80s?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you that.
Well, it was directed by David Zucker, and David Zucker.
Zucker, that sounds.
And the Zucker brothers both made. They obviously made the Naked Gun movies.
Oh, well, that would make sense.
Oh, I was going to say
Airplane, Naked Gun, Kentucky Fried Movie.
That's right. I have Airplane.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that's Airplane's good. Airplane 2's all right, but
Airplane.
Have you ever seen Kentucky Fried Movie? Technically, Kentucky Fried Movie. It's Kentucky Fried Movies. The Zucker brothers and Jim. I always want to call. I think it's Jim Abrams. His last name's Abrams, but it's kind of a collaboration with him, and he kind of collaborated with him for a while. They also did that movie Top Secret with Val Kilmer.
Oh, okay.
Which is another kind of spoof movie that
never seen it, but I always seen it at the video store with a cow on the front cover.
Yeah, with the boots on. Yeah. And they did Police Squad, the TV show, which is what came before Naked Gun.
Yeah.
Actually, Naked Gun, the first Naked Gun movie is from the files of Police Squad, which is only 6 episodes. It was like I guess for some reason it was basically a pilot run, but it's 6 episodes and that's all they let them do. It was funny though, because it's the same humor. we're probably gonna have to get off here soon after Charlie gets back. It's past my bedtime.
Yeah, it's well past mine, but this is worth it to, get to talk.
It's a little bit addictive. It's a little bit addicting doing this. That's why I like doing it. Kitty cat. What is that little machine back there he's got? Is that just a stereo or something? Is it a
Could be one of those stereo components that are high powered, but they don't really have big speakers. I can't remember what the heck they're called.
Yeah, we'll ask him. I can't tell what it is from here.
A Bose? Maybe a Bose
Yeah.
system? Maybe?
No, it's just a couple of boxes with a light sitting on
Oh,
top.
that's what it looked like, though. Didn't it look like that, though?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess
it looks like he has a ring light sitting on top of it. Yeah. But yeah, everything's kind of winding down. I don't know how many people we had watch it, but like I'm saying, if you want to go over and copy this to your channel, if you have any interest in it, you can do that. And
Oh, you mean
And,
where it says StreamYard.com and all that?
no, once it'll automatically upload to my
Oh.
channel, and you
Oh,
can go to
okay.
YouTube and copy it over. You have to do something. I never figured it out.
I think there's a
to-
share button or something.
Yeah, you can share it to your side. I don't know how the likes work. Hopefully they show up on your page as likes and not mine. I don't know how that works now. I'm not trying to get free likes on it, but
No,
I guarantee
no.
we get views off of here than we haven't got on. It's just weird. But I've enjoyed chatting with you tonight, though. It's been fun.
I as well. You picked up 2 subscribers. I'm going over there right now to see what you got.
Who, me?
You picked up,
Really?
yeah. You had 73. I don't know if you picked up any since the podcast or if you had 2 more already, but
Was it 75 now or something?
yeah, it's 75. Yep.
Well, nah, that's crazy. Sometimes people watch and they don't say anything.
Oh yeah.
Some people
Yeah.
just like to watch, you know.
Yeah, I can't tell you if you had any,
That's-
viewers.
That's how I am with like their erotic and stuff when they do their Friday Night Tights podcasts.
Yeah.
I just usually I don't comment because the thing is about them, they got crazy people that like donate $200 and $500 super chats and stuff like that, and
Yeah.
they won't hardly answer anything. It's not like some big super chat, and I'm not giving money to have somebody ask a question. You know, I'm not giving money to have a question read online, you know, on air. So
Yeah, and then I've seen some
Just
really, really weird questions like with Cool Duder, they know he's losing his hair or has no hair. Take off your hat for $5, you know.
I've seen.
You know.
That's like asking for a striptease.
Did you see that picture he put up? It's probably a couple weeks ago. He shot some kind of movie. He was shooting a horror movie.
Yeah.
He did a low budget movie, yeah.
Yeah, and he
Yeah.
had a picture where he was laying on a bed with these 2 good-looking women. I guess they were in the movie, and he had his hat off. He had his hat off in that.
Yeah, I think it was on Instagram today, wasn't it? There was a couple pics of it.
Was that today?
Wasn't that the one that has the shark busting through the top of the roof of the house for the poster?
Oh, was that him? I seen that, but I didn't know that was him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it was called though.
I like his page, but he talked about Wet Movie 1. Actually, I haven't watched his stuff much, but I liked him too. I know there's a feud between both of them. But
I did do a video with Brendan, the guy of Wet Movie 1.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
what that movie you were talking about was Amityville Shark House.
Oh yeah,
But the one with
I've seen some.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. I'm bad about that. Go ahead.
It's okay, don't worry about it.
No,
I was
yeah,
just-
Touche.
we're dancing. We're dancing.
Okay, I'll go ahead and go.
Hmm.
What I was saying is that the guy's name is Brendan from Wet Movie 1.
Yeah.
And I did a video with him that's on my channel.
Okay. I'll have to
That's
check
all I'm
that out. That's why I say I haven't got around to watching all your stuff.
Yeah,
but-
there's so much content on YouTube that I don't even know a little inkling of things that go on.
Well, my channel is called Raging Entertainment, so
Was that explain the
But,
Charlie Rage?
Yeah, it's more
the
the Rage part is just stage name wise, but Charlie is what I actually do go by.
Oh, okay. I'll have to check out your channel sometime. I might give you a sub if I look it up after.
Oh yeah, no problem. I'm sure I can. Are you on Instagram?
Oh yeah, I have it, and I have Facebook or whatever is easy.
Well, I'm on both.
Yeah.
So I mean, on my Instagram, that one's easy to find. You can just look up Raging_Entertainment.
Okay. Cool.
That one's easy. Yeah, and then I'll have my link in my YouTube channel in my bio part. That way, it's all in one.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
Oh yeah. No, it was just you were talking about that shark movie. There's like a movie called House Shark. Have you seen it? There's some ridiculous shark movies.
Oh yeah.
And that
There's
one I showed
too many of them.
Yeah.
I have one called Avalanche Sharks.
I have that too. That's
Oh,
the one I was thinking about.
That was
the one I was thinking about.
That was in the Dollar Tree.
Yeah.
By the way.
There was another one that I had. Oh, another one. I think that's a straight to DVD that I had gotten. Found it at Walmart, but bought it through Best Buy. Was a movie called Monstrous, and it looks like a Bigfoot Sasquatch type of movie. Because that's what the monstrous creature is.
There's also a cool duder movie called Apex Predators. That's a shark movie too.
Huh.
Yeah, I ain't kidding you. It spends most of the movie with music, and that's just about it. It's not a lot of dialogue going on the whole time. It's just like totally like like surfing music and things like that. It's just like that's the way it is most of the time.
Did you guys see that movie, The Man Who Killed Hitler and Then Bigfoot?
Isn't that Sam Elliott?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was
I haven't seen it, but I know of it.
I actually found that at the Dollar Tree too.
Really?
Blu-ray with a slipcover and all.
Wow.
Gary, do you not get really a lot of 4Ks or?
What's that?
Do you not do like 4K or what?
Oh, I do. It's just I don't like the price of them a lot of times because if I'm kind of iffy with what they're about, I wouldn't even attempt to grab them because of the price. But I like 4K. I've actually found 4K at a Dollar Tree before.
Really?
Yeah, I think it was Pride, Prejudice, and Zombies.
Oh, nice. That's funny. Originally, Natalie Portman was going to be in that movie.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh. Before she got pregnant.
Yeah. See where that'd be a problem, huh?
Oh, yeah. It was funny because she was scheduled to be in the movie. She gets pregnant, and all of a sudden I don't see that title under her anymore. And I'm like, oh, I guess they decided to not go through with it or something. But then all of a sudden I see it comes out, and I'm like, but I thought she wasn't going to be a part of it. And seeing the trailer, I didn't see her, and I was like, that's interesting. And come to find out, she helped do producing for it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that was interesting.
I'm going to show you guys one more thing. I bought this. Well, I bought what I'm getting ready to show you. I bought this in 2007, right before the first Transformers movie come out. And I believe there was an American set of the Transformers. But I'll wait. But I bought this, and this is like a Chinese release of it. And they didn't, the American release was like super expensive at the time. And, but this right here was a Chinese release Transformers set. And it came with this tin box.
Oh, wow.
This is the cartoon series. It does seem like a little damage there, but yeah, it's a 10 box set of the cartoon series. But this one, it's a pain in the butt to get in when you want to use it. It's got like this foam here.
Yeah,
and then then you get into the inside to the DVDs. Well, it's after you take it out, then you got another box you got to get into.
So no combination lock.
It's got another box you got to open up to get into. And then when you get into the box here, it's got these sleeves, but they're cheap and they don't all the way open up. They as far as open they get. They have artwork in here, but they don't open up. That's about as far as you can open it without breaking it.
Yeah,
the glue apart.
Gary, since you're a horror fan, do you have the Friday the 13th box collection?
Right over there.
The one from Shout Factory, I think it was, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you can see it from there. Probably not.
Probably no, I can't.
I'd rather not get up because there's a lot.
No,
of
you don't have to. You don't have to
get over there, but I do have it. I didn't get it officially from Shout Factory with the poster.
Same here.
But it is what it is, you know. I have it all in here with Friday the 13th anyway. So,
but the reason I showed you that I replaced all that nonsense and bought the newer American release of all that.
Oh, I got that.
It's easier to deal with than that crap right there. But
that was Transformers, right?
Yeah.
Now,
yeah, that's what this was too, but it's like a Chinese release.
Are you aware of the movie getting a 4K release in August?
Yeah.
I have it on pre-order, and it's actually from Shout Factory this time because I've never done it before, so I figured to try it once.
I haven't decided if I want to pre-order it.
Because I went ahead and did. And luckily today, when I went to go look through my library without trying, I found the movie, you know, and it was DVD format, of course. But I got so excited because I was like, I got a 13-year-old son, and I'm like, he likes Transformers, but I want to show him where Transformers came from.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm excited, and I rented it, so we're going to watch it within a day or two.
That's cool.
With 4K, you guys know more than I do about that.
Yeah.
4K, did they just always come singly? Do they ever come with a whole series?
They it depends on the title. Like the Indiana Jones box set that's coming out is just gonna be for the steelbooks, just the 4K disc and digital. Now with the standard packaging, I think is gonna have the Blu-rays with it.
Oh, okay.
I think nobody has gotten a copy to really do a review on it, so I'm not sure.
Because how true is it? I heard that 4K is they're considering doing away with that. Is that true?
No, that's not true.
Yeah,
no,
I don't know.
It's a hit and miss, if anything. You know, certain titles, like why would that title deserve it, say, more than the other? Oh, nice, the steelbook. That's awesome.
Oh wow, that's nice.
It's the Blu-ray.
Yeah, the 4K is getting a steelbook too, so that's the one I got.
Yeah. That's why I can't That's why I can't decide if I want to buy that or not.
You probably should, just so you can say you got it.
Well, the thing is, if it's done correctly, where it was shot on film, it could look spectacular. So,
yeah, it's
true. It seemed like that transfer's pretty good, but I haven't watched it in a while. Or watched it on my better TV. Yeah.
The one you have is technically 4K master.
Okay. So it might be the same 4K.
It's going to be probably the same 4K, but it's going to get a physical release rather than, say, downscale to 1080p.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's just crunched. Compression, really.
Yeah, compression. Yeah. That's all it really is, exactly. Because you're taking the 4K scan, which is the brand new master of it, but you're compressing it to 1080p to where it hits the highest resolution for 1080p.
Yeah.
Without actually being 4K 2160p.
Yeah, but it's 2K versus 4K.
Well,
I understand the process. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean like the one you got. The one you just showed. You have there's a Blu-ray and a DVD.
Yeah.
So your DVD would more likely be the 2K, and your Blu-ray would be the 4K scaled to 1080p.
Right. It's compressed 4K.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Sorry.
That's Gary. That's basically what 4K they do. The 4K disc holds it's so much bigger in its storage capacity. They're able to basically uncompress a movie, so it doesn't have compression artifacts or compression issues, so they can get the full.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I know with the Columbia Classics movies box set that I got, I think it was like both Gandhi, Doctor Strangelove, and I think Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, where they are 2 discs.
Yeah.
4K.
Yeah.
And I think the Criterion Collection one didn't have 2 discs. I think it's just 1 disc. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Because I don't own the Criterion. I just have that Columbia Classics one.
Yeah, I have that as well. But yeah, it's big. I don't think I have the Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. I do have a Blu-ray copy, but not the Criterion.
Criterion, yeah.
Yeah, I have the Digibook version of it.
I have very, very few Criterion. It's not much at all. I got like Breakfast Club, Dazed and Confused, and Fantastic Mr. Fox, and that's about it.
Yeah, I have a bunch of Criterion. Well, I have a bunch, but I don't have I'm not a completionist type of collector. I don't do that. I don't do that for anything. I don't, because it's too maddening to do that,
There is a guy that I follow on YouTube that is a massive Criterion collector, actually.
Yeah.
And he's from the UK. He's very soft spoken, very narrator, very peaceful.
Oh, I know him. Yeah, I follow him.
He wears
too.
glasses.
Yeah. Beard with a beard.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
He acted like, you talk about amassing a collection quick. He said he didn't start collecting till 2014 or something, and he's got a massive amount of movies for that time period.
Films at Home, that guy, he's kind of the same.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, even the movie buff Pains that are on YouTube, they're kind of the same, where they didn't start getting into collecting until later in their life.
Yeah, they're kind of weird. When I first started getting on there, they were getting quite a bit of stuff, but now every time I flip on there, they've got a stack of Arrow videos. They have to be spending $2,000 or $3,000 a month on what they are buying, maybe more, unless Arrow's giving them stuff, and some of the other companies are giving them stuff.
They could be getting promo stuff.
They never. Well, actually, I don't really watch their videos any. I just see them on Instagram a whole lot.
Yeah.
They follow, but sometimes the movie up Pain channels, they'll like a picture or something I put up, but I don't think they ever watch my videos. I don't know, but I don't really care. But I don't never really watch their stuff either.
I know the only one that's active with being active on Instagram is Beth, which is the wife, and Andrew's more active on TikTok, if anything.
Yeah. So
if you're to get lucky with one of them, Beth would be the one you'd be more likely to get, say, a hold of if you actually wanted to talk to them. Me, I actually have a somewhat Instagram relationship with Beth already, so her and we are actively chatting.
Okay.
So if you ever need me to ask her anything, feel free to ask me, and I'll ask her.
She put something up there once, and she posted something, and I posted a reply, but she didn't text anything back. It was about some Sherlock Holmes movie, and I said, "Oh, I've got that on Laserdisc," and I posted a picture of it, but she never did respond to it. So
she doesn't respond to every. I know that she doesn't respond to every message, because there's messages I've left that she doesn't respond to.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. She didn't, I'm sure they've got several thousand followers, so I'm sure they get too many people. I do take that in consideration, but sometimes the big guys are kind of rude.
I can actually get them on your stream if you want sometime, because I was supposed to have Beth on my channel originally. And that's when I started to find out that my friend Ben was having issues to where even if he were to try, he couldn't be into it at the moment. So that's what made me want to ask you if you were possibly interested.
Yeah.
That way, whoever I had in my radar, we could set in our radar together, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll talk about it. We'll do some. I don't care to do whoever. We'll bring whoever on. I want to bring anybody that wants to come on and talk, as long as we both agree on, bringing those people on.
Oh yeah,
there's not too many people There's not anybody I really don't like out there.
Well, question is, who would you want on your channel? I know you say anybody, everybody, but who would you actually want to have on your channel?
Let's see. I'd have to think about that. I don't know.
Okay. Because I could name a few. I almost had a Power Ranger too.
That's cool. Well, I don't think in those terms at all, like actors or anything like that. I really don't. I don't think about that any, but
you should, because that's how you grow an audience.
Yeah, I know, I understand, but I just don't think it. I don't think in that grandeur, of getting like an actress and stuff like. I'm sure there's some people that would like to come on, but I was trying to build a following first and then start asking people, things like that. I was going to have smaller creators on first and then work my way up to some of the bigger guys, so they had the interest in actually coming on.
Yeah.
But I don't think it matters. I think people just like to get together like we did and talk, even no matter how big they are, especially if they're interested in movies like we all are. I'm bad about, if you notice, I've changed my setup. I just got this computer set up. So I used to have my camera right over top of my laptop, so I could look where I could basically look. So now it's over here. Now I'm wanting to look at you, and that's the only bad thing I do is I like to look at you instead of look at the camera. So I'm bad about that. When I'm making a video, I have to concentrate on that very hard because I tend to very easily slip away when I'm making a video.
I think any one of us could actually do that. There's times when I try to give a review and I notice I end up steering away from the review itself and talking about something that'll be relatable, but not on the subject.
No, as far as somebody, up until about just recently, I would want to do one with like Serial at midnight, but he's kind of, I've actually unsubscribed from his channel because I don't particularly like some. I used to. It's just it's a personal thing. Was he
harsh with you?
Well,
he's been harsh with me, so you can say it.
No, he's not been harsh. He's just kind of condescending.
That's what I mean by harsh.
I've sent like semi things. I sent stuff to him, and he's like, I sent a message to him about
being on.
No, I was talking to him about how about the movie industry is like the toy industry. They're short selling the customer. There's the same thing going on because I know he follows toys a little bit, and I thought it would be something he sent me this. He sent me kind of a condescending thing about how he said everybody's just afraid that physical media is dying. So, and I took it kind of probably a little harshly, but I just responded back to him and said, I'm not afraid of that. I said, I'm not afraid of physical media dying and this and that. And he come back at me. It's like, oh, I was agreeing with you. I was like, it didn't sound like you're agreeing with me. It's just.
But you could have taken it out of context because I know anybody could do that.
Maybe, but he sent me other stuff. See, I used to support him on Patreon, and that was like a Patreon thing I sent him. And I'm not saying he has to be nice to me, but because I rarely even talk to him, but he was condescending before. I was trying to talk to him about how I like using whatever it's called.
Well, I don't know if anybody's watching.
I like to use Spotify versus like collecting music on physical media, which I have a bunch of vinyl records,
Yeah.
And but I've always had trouble. For some reason, I've taken great care of my movies. but I couldn't keep a CD. Every CD I ever owned was scratched all to pieces. I just, because I, just used them a lot. And so I said, I just like Spotify. And he just came back with something like, oh, well, if that's what you like, I just don't thought, it's on that bull crap vinyl sounds better kind of point of view, which
I would have to agree though. I would have to agree because it's like streaming itself. Like you think streaming is going to be the better format for like say 4K or something like that, when in reality the physical, because it's better, has more compression than the streaming does.
I'd agree too, but like I was saying, I've done sound engineering and recording and stuff, and I know where the technology was and where it's went, and it's got nothing to do with, I think, a vinyl record sounds or doesn't sound better. I think it sounds better. It sounds warmth. I use a tube preamplifier on my microphone right now as we speak. So, and it's just I agree. It sounds better, but I'm just saying I like the usability of Spotify. I like being able to go in there and explore.
The only thing I'll say, kind of, I guess you could say, somewhat controversial about Heath from Serial at Midnight, he's a hypocrite, because I had asked him if he wouldn't mind coming on my channel, just doing a Zoom call, chat, record it, post it, kind of thing, and he took it as me kind of sponging off of him in a sense. And when it wasn't that case at all, it was one of those, well, I'm not sponging off of you. You're someone that I can consider to be a good content creator, and I would like to have you on because I happen to like your content, And he's like, well, no one helped me out, so why should I do the same thing? And it's one of those like, okay, well, if you want to be an ass like that, that's kind of fucked up, because one, I'm not coming to you like that. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying, and I am a fan who would like to have you on. And if you're not going to be nice about it, why are you even having a channel? And then asking other people to be a part of your channel, but not say do it for others.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like he likes to interact with the community very well. At least since he's got the kind of followers he's got.
Well, Films at Home, he does the same thing. Because I asked him, for over a year, would you mind being on? Would you mind, being on? And then he would always tell me he's busy, but then all of a sudden I see him booked to be on Serial at Midnight for his little Zoom call session. And now Films at Home is going to be doing these live stream with 2 YouTubers. One gave me a follow that I didn't even follow to begin with. And these people are a little bit more well-established than, say, you and I are,
Yeah.
And it's like, so you guys only do people who are more established than, say, those who are not. So what does that say about your character? That's a dick thing to do.
Yeah.
Because I don't care if you're big or small. If I feel like I'm going to have fun, let's have fun.
Yeah.
That's it. The motivation is fun.
I don't care what your politics are. I don't care. I don't really like I don't like getting into it any, but he made, I don't know if you've seen his recent video.
Yeah.
Which one? Physical media?
Yeah, cancel culture.
Oh, that one. No, I haven't watched it yet. I planned
and the reason why actually Jason that was on here with us earlier got into it with him. He posted after he posted it, he watched the video and he went on there and said, well, you guys were basically just having a kind of a it was just like a light session on it. They didn't really explain anything. And he basically tried to say, well, he said, why did you guys not tie it into physical media collecting or something like this? And he came back and said, so well, I've never been a physical media collecting channel. I've always been a pop culture channel. That's what he told him.
Dude, you collect physical shit, so yes, that would be physical media.
That's his, because I went and read. Yeah, he said that. That's like almost verbatim what it said on the. Yeah. Yeah, Gary read it too.
Yeah.
Gary read it too.
That's the way I perceived it. I don't really know him as good as John. I watched him early days when I first started the channel, but then I kind of I was so busy with my son, and well, you have a child too, and your child takes up a lot of your time. So I don't have a lot of time for YouTube, but I kind of got away from him, started watching stuff from Film Fan 108 and Cool Duder. I kind of messed around with different parts of YouTube, but
Yeah.
I read it as such that I know for a fact, or I seen a video or two of his where he gets free stuff from Mill Creek left and right.
Yes.
And to say that is ridiculous. And
like,
yeah.
Films at Home, he'll talk about how he's got a copy from, say, Universal or Warner Brothers. And the thing is, it's not so much that they're giving it to him. It's more of they have what they call review copies. And that's all they are. They're not the retailer sale things that they're going to put out. They're just a select amount for people that can. And it can be anybody. It could be John. It could be you. It could be me. It's whoever gets them first. And that's it. So to say that they have a hand in the studio, they really don't. Do they have like their ears in the higher ups? Maybe, by people who work under them. And that's about it.
Yeah. I've not attempted to doing that stuff. Like if later on, if I get bigger, I'll attempt to do stuff like that, but I have no interest right now. I'm just trying to build my channel. I'm not trying to go after.
But to me, it's not about going after. It's just asking people, "Hey, would you like to be a part of it?" And if you don't, you don't. It's okay.
Well, I'm talking about getting free stuff.
Oh, well, that too. But that's more sponsorship.
Yeah, I currently do that for Wild Eye releasing.
Yeah,
I get review copies from them too.
But I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just not that kind of person. I don't go after stuff like that.
No,
I'm just I'm not as social as some people. It's like Gary is. I don't get around.
Well, I have a friend who shall remain nameless, who will send me copies of like where you fill out your information to get a review copy, basically. And I've already done one for one. I just happened to be not one of those people that got picked to get it, and it was for like My Fair Lady and Super 8 on 4K. And he gave me a new one, which for the movie Almost Famous with Kate Hudson, I think is her name.
Yep.
Yes.
Kate Hudson.
Yeah, and that was for the 4K. So I'm hoping, that I could be picked, but it's a first come first served basis, basically, for review copies.
Yeah, that's one I'm interested in getting on 4K. I like that movie. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen it. I mean, I couldn't say that I've seen it like all the way through. I'd seen bits and pieces. Like if it was on, I would watch it for a moment and then get distracted somewhere else.
Yeah, I've heard good things about the movie itself.
It's got a good following.
That's good. Yeah.
Kind of like Big Lebowski. Sucked at the theater, but became big when it came out on physical.
Yeah.
Howard the Duck was the same way.
Yeah, the Howard Duck's still not a good movie though. There's a lot of these 80s movies. There's a lot of 80 movies that people like, and
I'm kind of in the middle.
Good.
I loved it as a kid, but since I've gotten older, I just see how much it's dated for me.
It may be dated, but I think it's one of those, if it sticks with you as a kid, it sticks with you.
Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah, that's fine. I get it. I get that too.
Like Fraggle Rock. I'm 37 and I fucking love Fraggle Rock.
It's all right. I watch it.
Yeah.
Oh, before we get off here, I need to get off here soon. I've been on forever. Me and Gary have. Yeah. But what do you guys think about Happy Time Murders? Have you seen that?
That's the puppet one, right?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, but I know of it.
Yeah,
people hated it, but it's Jim Henson's son.
Yeah.
Did it, and it has Melissa McCarthy. I liked it. I liked it myself. I think people didn't like it because it had crude humor and stuff in it, and I thought it was funny. Yeah.
That's the thing, John. I heard so much negative stuff about it. I went into expecting it to be really bad, and I come away enjoying the heck out of it. Yeah. I wasn't expecting what I got.
That's why I don't trust Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, I don't ever use Rotten Tomatoes.
Well, that's my point. Like, even if it says certified fresh and I still check it out, I may or may not like it.
Yeah. Yeah. I see
Well,
that more
if
often
it's the certified fresh from the audience score, it might be truthful. But if it's from the reviewer score anymore, you're not going to, more than likely, not getting a very honest source.
Well, like your more classic movies have low scores on Rotten Tomatoes from the reviewers.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's a sad thing because that tells you something about reviewers. They're not being genuine, if anything.
Yeah, it's like a lot of.
And I think. Go ahead, Gary.
Oh, I'm just gonna say that's like the movie The Jerk. I know it has a lot of
Steve
dated
Martin.
Yeah, it has a lot of dated references. You can't do that kind of movie now, but it gets bashed on Amazon for being racist and.
Oh, it's funny as hell, and those people were willing to be in that movie.
Oh yeah, I loved it.
You know, I mean, like, yeah, it's a touchy subject type of movie, but so is Blazing Saddles, and that's a movie you still probably couldn't do today. But I beg to differ. They could have been done today. It's just they would have been dragged on by everybody because of the internet. The internet's the only thing that changed people.
Yeah.
It gave everybody a voice. That's what happened. Now you get to hear everybody bitch. You didn't get to hear everybody bitch before.
Hell, they're taking Dr. Seuss from us now.
Dr. Seuss. Yeah, that's right.
It's certain books, so the ones they thought they deemed bad.
Or what was that Christmas song, like Baby It's Cold Outside, or something like that? That was supposed to be all like removed from the radio because of the lyrics. Yeah. So much like shit that just makes you go, you guys are retarded. None of you have a sense of humor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even if it's offensive, like, don't take it personal because it's not directed at you. You know what I mean?
Well, if they say Blazing Saddles was offensive, they didn't actually read into the movie at all and find out that it was like Richard Pryor was he's like one of the writers on it originally. He was originally slated to star in it.
Yeah.
And he wasn't able to do it because his contract with whatever studio he was with at the time, they would not let him out of his contract so he could make it. That's the only reason he's not in Blazing Saddles. He was originally supposed to be Black Bart in the movie.
Yeah.
So
that's a classic.
And I don't know how much of the writing he was involved in, but I know he was part of the writing process. So he was, but it's obviously that there's a reason why it was made that way. It was made to show how ironic the racial tensions were at the time. How silly it was, and
it was making fun of westerns too at the same time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, just a lot like Richard Pryor and The Toy.
Oh, I love that movie.
Comes off like it, because it is a form of slavery. He has to do everything this kid says,
but they get a bond. They have a bond at the end.
Oh,
and that's
they
what
do.
I loved about it.
Yeah, it's a beautiful film.
I love that movie to death.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite Richard Pryor movies ever. No joke. The Toy.
Yeah.
I could literally say that's my #1 Richard Pryor film.
Yeah, it'd be hard to argue.
And then what was that one that he did? I think it was Eddie Murphy, Brooklyn Heights or something like that.
Not sure.
Brooklyn Heights.
No,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, something Nights. It's
Harlem Nights.
Harlem
Nights. Thank you.
Yep.
That's the one with Red Fox and Eddie. Is that Eddie Murphy's in that too?
Yeah, I think he's in it too. Yeah,
I thought Richard Pryor was in that.
No, he is. It's like all three of them, I think. Yeah.
Anyone and everyone in the African American acting. That's
the comedians.
Yeah, the American comedian group. But that was a good one. I really enjoyed that one. Eddie Murphy himself, though, for movies, I would say my #1 favorite for his films. It's either Coming to America or The Golden Child.
Yeah, that's a good one too. I found that one on VHS. A friend lent it to me. I wasn't expecting much. Kind of at times felt like a little bit like a Big Trouble in Little China.
It did, and it had one of the same characters.
Yeah.
The old Asian guy with the squinty eye. He's in both.
Oh, okay, yep.
Yep.
Forgot about that.
Oh yeah.
Well, fellas, I've had a good time, but I think it's about time for I need to get off here because
Yeah, no worries.
I'm way past my. I have to get on a dialysis machine,
Oh
unfortunately.
yeah, I'm sorry we
I
kept
do it
you
at
on.
home. No, that's fine. I'll be noon tomorrow getting off of. I'm just joking.
Yeah, I'm probably
fine.
gonna
I'm fine.
at this
I don't
point.
mind. I don't mind going on as long as we can. That's not a big deal.
I'm probably gonna
That's
lay
fine.
off a video tomorrow though. I'll probably be making one the next day. My wife works at 8:30, so I can make one before she goes to work. So
Yeah, and Gary, I guess to find me easy, raging_entertainment, or maybe John can send me a link to your profile. Either
okay.
one.
Yeah. Feel
Yeah, I'll
free.
do
You
that.
know. Yeah, I'd be glad to switch follows and subscribe to your channel and
Awesome.
keep up to date with you, man.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yep.
It was fun talking to you guys.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
good talking to you, Charlie.
I appreciate you. Appreciate you
problem.
guys being on here. I'll talk to you guys the next time.
Take care.
See you
See ya.
later, guys.
See ya.